can?
I'll go sit in the kitchen, I guess.
Oh, okay. We're doing a little experimenting here. So this is actually through Eva's cell phone acting as a hotspot. Actually, turn that light back on again. Let's see how that looks, little one. I changed this light here and it's not bad. Yeah, it's not a problem. Okay, I'm getting a pretty good light. There's a little bit of overexposure back here, but my face looks fine. So I'm not going to worry about it. All righty. So as you can see, I'm looking a little scruffy. I was thinking of experimenting with how well a beard protects my face against the cold. However, I will probably have to go to a number of places and apply for jobs. So it's likely that I'm going to have to shave this stuff off, trim the hair just a little bit. Hi, I'm in. Hey, Chris, how's it going? You got double audio, huh? Don't know what that means. If anyone's got any suggestions, if anyone else is having the double audio, let me know. I presume that means like an echo or something. Okay, Eve, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. So usual, it's just my general yakking while we give people time to come in. Everything's going pretty well up here. We're settled in nicely now. Hey, how's it going, Coulter? Yeah. How's that wet roly-poly coming along? Getting to the point where I could probably use it now. So I'm curious as to how it's working. The concentrator does a pretty good job of attracting magnetics, so I tend to do a kind of magnetic rich concentrate, and it'd be nice to be able to kick those out pretty easily. That's because I'm just so awesome. One live stream is not enough, Chris. What can I say? The wisdom of YouTube. So anyhow, this is the our little nest up here.
Hi, everyone.
Let me just swing it around here a little. There's Eva. It's just a little studio apartment, essentially. And it's at the top of some steps. And it's good exercise, but it has the potential for being rather risky in the wintertime. So I've gone to the trouble of I have a bucket of salt and a bucket of sand sitting out there on the deck along with a shovel, a broom, and all this other stuff, because those steps could be a death trap under certain conditions. So I'm making sure that we can make them relatively safe from the top. You know, I've got scoops and everything. I can just throw stuff down onto them if needed. And Chris is asking Coulter some questions about magnets, which could come in handy. So we've got our stuff up here, and that was a lot of trips to Keith. Looking to yak tracks for you and Eva. Is that a like the equivalent of a YouTube sort of thing, or what, Chris? You have any idea, little one?
Nope.
Okay. But anyhow, so we had a lot of trips up those steps to get everything up here, which was a lot of exercise. And then have the mining equipment sitting out at the ranch. And, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Basically, they're like little mini crampons. Yep. And so the mining stuff's out at the ranch. I did some fencing, a little repair work for my principal here, and I got a little bit of roofing to do tomorrow, and then I'm basically out of work at the moment. And so then I'll probably start looking for a job. If anyone knows any good jobs in the Helena area, I'd appreciate it. I think I'll be able to find something without too much trouble. If nothing else, a local company called Power Townsend is kind of like a Home Depot equivalent, but it's a local company. They've got help wanted signs out. And one of my first jobs was running a plumbing and electrical department in a hardware store. So, and I've been doing a lot of construction over the years. So I think I'd probably be pretty well qualified there too. In terms of the overall situation, of course, the big situation, which we're not allowed to talk about lest we become verboten, continues to prey on my mind. Just I don't know where everything's going, but I do feel much comfortable up here. So does Eva. And in response to rumors about what might happen today in various state capitals, and us having to be in a state capital, a relatively accessible state capital, we decided to frolic over to the state capital, which we've never been to before, and just kind of walk around and read the little plaques and this, that, and the other. And it was probably about 40 degrees, overcast, a little bit windy. Quite a pleasant day for up here. It's been generally between 20 to 40 degrees has been the temperature range up here while we've been here. Not bad at all this time of year and this location. So we consider ourselves doing just fine. So we went wandering around the Capitol, and I think we saw two other pedestrians making a complete circuit around the Capitol, over half a mile around the block there. It's a pretty Capitol building, and there were a number of police cars, hither, thither, and yon. There was a very nice lady police officer that was on a bicycle, came by and talked to us to say hi, etc. And we chatted about a few things about the local situation here in terms of things like fishing licenses and residency and such. And so we completed our circuit there, and there was not only no disturbance, but there was nobody there to cause a disturbance of any kind. I think all totaled, we saw 4 people who weren't police, a number of police cars just kind of cruising the area and stuff on a very regular basis. So we were pretty happy. Obviously they had it well under control because there was nothing to control. And if it had showed up, I'm sure they would have had it dealt with appropriately. So that's looking good. And I have had a little chance to do some mining stuff, this Montana B ore, which is anticipated to be a pain in the butt. I now have a lot of it available to me. I winging it and smoking. And so first thing I did, as soon as I got equipment offloaded out at the ranch there, was to grind up a bunch, pulverize it for Chris Georgie and send it off. So he's now has, I don't know, what is it, probably about 20 pounds, Chris. And he's starting to do some preliminary analysis of that, trying to figure out exactly what it is and what it takes to make it work, which is great. And I did a 100-pound test on my concentrator yesterday, as a matter of fact. The various fractions are currently settling in buckets. I did some preliminary panning just to get an idea of what gold seemed to show up where. And the concentrator seemed to be doing a good job on gravity concentratable gold in terms of the gold that was observed was almost all in the first stage of the concentrator. The second stage had much less, and what was there was all very, very fine, 35 microns and less, it looked like. And the third stage in tailings looked fairly depleted, although that was actually a little bit coarser gold than in the second stage. 50 microns, 75 microns, around there. But the likelihood is that either it's so extraordinarily fine that it will not gravity separate, or it is chemically combined and therefore is not actually gold. It's gold in arsenopyrite, it's gold telluride, something like that. So we have a number of other analyses that have to be done to try and ascertain both what form the gold is in for sure, and also what can be done to extract it. The presumption at this point in time is a high likelihood it'll probably have to be floated. There is a mill about 50 miles from here that running local ores, and according to the press reports, because it's a publicly owned company, basically, they only got like 16% gravity concentrating, and they got like 80% or better with flotation. I would not be surprised at all. I would also not be surprised if it was either arsenopyrite with gold or gold telluride that they were actually floating, as opposed to free milling gold. So that's where we're sitting in terms of the mining here. On the way up, we met a number of people, some who had some interesting possibilities. There are some people here with some interesting possibilities. Weather pretty much precludes us doing a heck of a lot at this time. I'm going to try a little writing for the California Mining Journal, and maybe we're going to try and get better capabilities on these live streams so that I can do like picture in a picture or something like that, so that it's a lot easier for me to discuss actual subjects and like give a mini class, so to speak, something like Nick Zenter does a little better. But we shall see what we shall see on that. I know it can be done, I just don't know how. Let's see. What the heck is Kalgoorieite? It's obviously from Kalgoorlie in Australia, but I'm not sure what it is. Can you heat up the pyrites? It can certainly be done. However, because it's arsenopyrite, we have to be very careful about the fumes. Now, arsenic telluride, is there any gold in that, or just arsenic telluride? That would be an interesting thing. But the difficulty of heating up an arsenopyrite and telluride is like the standard way of checking for tellurides, he didn't smell it. Well, not a bright idea with arsenic. Okay, let me see what I got here. I get my glasses on. 1 gram out of 8.5 yards by dry washing and panning. Well, that's a fairly low grade forest. Yeah, what would that be? Only about $6-7 a yard. Yeah, the weather's been quite pleasant here, essentially. We did have a severe wind warning the other day, and I believe it. It was Monday, I guess. Because I was, no, it wasn't Monday. Might have been Tuesday or Wednesday. But anyhow, holy crap. They were, the weather report was winds 35 to 45, gusting to 80. And I was in the Beluga trailer there doing some work. I was reworking. Hey, Jimmy, how's it going? And I was just doing some work on one of the trays in the concentrator to redo it. And that Beluga was rocking so seriously that, I mean, I literally said, okay, if it goes more than that, I'm just jumping out of the back. You know, Jimmy says hi, Eva.
Hi.
And
Hi, everybody.
yeah, that was pretty weird. Yeah, it was kind of Mary Poppins weather. It was some serious wind. So, hi, John. Yeah, although Forrest, it's windy up here, but the locals say not usually that windy. That was quite an unusual event. Looking to purchase a small parcel. Okay, Jason. What general area are you looking for? What general time of year do you want to be prospect, etc.? I've got a new contact in Arizona that says he has a number of old patented claims that have promise. He wants me to come down there and help him with some stuff. It'll probably be April or so, assuming things are settled down by that time. I might go down there. It's basically between Phoenix, Prescott, you know, that general area there. But the elevation is such that right now access is pretty well not. But apparently he has purchased a Mount Baker mill setup, and so I may get some experience on that, and it'd be very interesting to see how well it works. Yeah, Patrick, I'm trying to see how well this protects my face from the cold. So far, it hasn't really gotten bitterly cold. About, I don't know, maybe 10 is the lowest we've had. But okay, John. Federal mining claims in the United States, there's two types. There's an unpatented claim, which is what you get first. If you find something that would indicate that you may be able to extract a valuable mineral at a profit on federal land that's open to mineral exploration and not already claimed, you meet those criteria, you can stake a claim, file the appropriate paperwork, and now you own the mineral rights as long as you maintain the validity of that claim. There's stuff you have to do every year. In the past, the mining law made it fairly easy. Once you had demonstrated that, in fact, there was a valuable mineral deposit that was profitable, then you could apply for what they called a patent, which gave you ownership of the land, not just the mineral rights. And it essentially became private property. In some ways, it was similar to homesteading in that it was a method for the government to get a whole lot of people to do a whole lot of work in the undeveloped West for purely personal greed reasons that would develop the West for the, and populate it, develop it, turn it productive for the government's purposes. So one of the ways they did this was basically said, if you find something, you can keep it. With the homesteading, you just went out, put your stakes in the ground, stayed on it for 5 years, boom, it's yours. But if it's homestead land, you did not get the mineral rights. So there's a lot of land out west where it's private property that does not contain the mineral rights. Now, the patented claims are essentially private property now. And they are transferred as private property, etc., although they have the mineral rights associated with them. And as such, that's the difference. An unpatented claim is a temporary ownership of mineral rights subject to continued activity on your part to keep those mineral rights. If you do not fulfill the obligations every year, you lose it, somebody else can stake it. Patented claims, on the other hand, they're just like private property. It doesn't just magically revert to being public property again. So, yes, Jason, let's see. You live in Minnesota, Arizona, Idaho is good. Okay, there's lots of possibilities then. Friends in quartzite areas. Yeah, quartzite has possibilities. There's a lot of area in Arizona that has possibilities. And as such, there's nothing in particular I have in mind at this time that I break for bedrock claim. I turned it over to the information basically to Jason there in Phoenix, and they made a deal on it. So I will continue to develop my ability to be a nexus between claim owners looking to sell and people looking to buy. But when it comes to getting a claim, you just need to do a lot of due diligence. Okay, you can trust nothing in an advertising or anything like that. You have to have some boots on the ground, double check everything. That's the way it is. The caveat emptor, abso-frickin-lutely in this business. You can lose everything that you invest very, very easily if you don't spend the appropriate effort to verify. Is there any limit to the amount of mineral need to get it patented? It has to be profitable. And that's the lower limit. Upper limit, no. But lower limit, you have to prove it is a profitable ore deposit. Okay, so yeah, that's another good thing there, Jason. Look at the permitting environment. For example, California is going to be a lot tougher than, say, Arizona. So you need to evaluate that also. Jason, as a general rule, yes, if you stake a claim for gold on a property, you're entitled to all other found minerals, but they would have to be locatable minerals according to the law. Most metallic minerals would be locatable. Gemstones and such would be locatable, but like sand and gravel would not. For a long time, they they allowed sand and gravel claims. And then like in about the 60s, they stopped that. But now that is basically a lease sort of situation. But, you know, if you stake it for gold and there happens to be silver there, yeah, you've got that too. Exactly. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Chris suggests that when you file your paperwork initially, you specify all valuable minerals in it, just to make sure there's no ambiguity as to what you're attempting to accomplish that could later be a problem. And Jason, if you have any questions about a particular claim or a particular situation, you can email me. If you don't have my email, you can just leave a comment on any of my videos and I can get a hold of you. And we can discuss that, as long as it's not a, you know, substantive, you know, big research project. And I'm just doing it in my spare time. I'm happy to do that sort of thing to help educate people as to what to look for and not. And it also works for me because there's times where people say, well, okay, why don't I pay you to come out and look it over with me? Which is fine. If it fits in my schedule and stuff, I'm happy to do so. So do we have any other mining questions? I had somebody say this week that has a number of patented claims call me and talk, but there was another gentleman that had questions about claims. I forget many of his questions, but they were quite good questions. And I probably should have written them down, but I was out in the alley doing a fence. But that's one of the reasons we have these live streams, Jason, is so that if somebody has a particular question, they can do that. Because I guarantee you, if you have a question, there's other people that have the exact same question. And therefore, by answering it for you, it answers it for other people too, and helps them out. We also have people like Chris Georgie here and others that have both other perspectives and also sometimes a whole lot more knowledge on other subjects than I do. And so you can access a number of knowledgeable people all at the same time. And I've seen in the past where we have these discussions, somebody will bring up something and then the discussion flies back and forth, and it becomes very helpful and informative. So, yeah, I like helping people out. Now, if anybody knows of any work in the Helena area, I appreciate it. Currently, the contacts that I have here don't know of anything in particular right now. I suspect a lot of commercial activity is kind of pausing for the moment while the overall situation resolves itself. Okay, looks like we got another one. Patrick, as far as I know, the presence of biotite and muscovite has very, very little to do with having correlation with the amount of gold in any way, shape, or form.
Garnet.
In particular situations where you have particular mineralizations, then you might be able to say, okay, in this location, gold is usually found on a contact with, where the schist on one side tends to have a lot of biotite or something like that. But as a general rule, no. As Chris says, mica is pretty much everywhere. It's kind of like silica. It's like quartz. There's quartz everywhere. There's quartz in granite. There's quartz on the beach. Quartz is everywhere. Now, quartz is associated with gold, in certain situations. But quartz is like, I believe it's the most common mineral on the Earth's crust. So if it was always associated with gold, there would be a whole lot of gold. Mica itself is mainly just annoying because it can look like gold. And the one thing is, once you've got a fair amount of experience panning, you will see that the mica behaves radically different. Coulter, as I understand the law, they could mine under your property without your permission. If you hold the surface rights, but not the mineral rights, then they can't disturb the surface without your permission or compensation. But if they can just tunnel underneath or like drill an oil well underneath, they don't have to get your permission. That's the case with a lot of oil and mineral oil deposits, is that the right, they were not specified as a locatable mineral, and currently in order to get them you have to lease those rights from the government. And so for those areas where the private property does not include those rights underneath it, an oil company can come in there, lease the rights from the federal government, and do its thing. Now, whatever surface disturbance they create, they have to compensate whoever's surface that is. But usually that's not a big problem, especially as nowadays they can drill off about a square mile from one location. Where is the gold at, Jonathan? Well, that would depend on which gold in particular. In case of my gold, it's mainly right back there in a little box. You're up there in Alaska, and there's a lot of it up there. There's also a fair amount along beaches, like on Nome. Let's see. Chris up against the camera. How's it going, Jonathan? What's the weather like up there? It's been unusually mild down here. So I'm wondering, I believe you're in the Anchorage, Fairbanks area in general? Yeah, I agree, Chris. To Patrick. When you have red is often an indication of iron oxides, and iron oxides are quite often the oxidation products of iron sulfides, and iron sulfide is quite often precipitated out of solution at the same time gold is. So especially if you got quartz and iron oxides, then you should consider that potential for gold and do analysis of that. So let's see. Anything else? Yeah, I'm going to need to see how I can do the... oh, goodness. Just a second, folks. Hey, Gonzo. I'm doing a live stream right now, so I'm not going to be able to chat very much. I was just calling to see how things were going down there and let you know things are fine up here. Not a problem. Yep, everything's fine. Fairly late tonight. I could try calling you, or you can just call me tomorrow morning. Whatever works for you. Alrighty. Take care. Bye. Okay, so Argonaut, what are telluride ores and how are they processed? Telluride ores, gold can actually chemically combine with tellurium. It's another element. And so you wind up with a kind of metallic looking material quite often. Other times it can be brown, like calaverite is often chocolate brown. And they're denser than most rocks, but not nearly as dense as gold. And then the minerals can be extracted from the rock by crushing and various separation techniques. If it's, if it works, a gravity separation could do it because the tellurides are around 7.5 or 8, about the same as a sulfide. Flotation is usually a method that is, it'll work on that too. Not sure about direct leaching, where you just take the ore itself and subject it to a leaching solution, but I would know of no reason why the proper leaching solution couldn't dissolve the gold. Especially, you may roast the ore first. You heat it, break up that chemical bond, drive off the tellurium. Now you just got gold, and leaching solution can do that. There are a variety of telluride minerals. They have different looks and such. You can just Google gold tellurides, and it'll show you several different minerals and what they look like, etc. They are more complex to recover than nice, coarse, gravity separatable gold. That's the idea. You hear the term free milling gold. What that means is if you crush the rock, which is what milling is, and it gives you free gold particles that you can then extract, that's kind of the ideal hard rock situation. A high grade free milling ore means you can dig it out, crush it up, and just separate the gold. End of story. There's what they call refractory ores. And this is when the gold is either extraordinarily fine, which certainly can happen, or it's chemically combined, like in a telluride, or it is encapsulated in another mineral, often iron pyrite, arsenopyrite, which is a iron arsenic sulfide, often has very large quantities of gold in it, but it's kind of chemically, it's not quite chemically, but it's physically surrounded and intermixed with the arsenopyrite, which means that it doesn't separate easily. The particles of gold are so fine that if you did grind it up enough to where you have individual particles of gold and individual particles of arsenopyrite, you're looking at 400 or 500 meshed or something like that. Very, very difficult. But if you concentrate the arsenopyrite and then attack it with a variety of techniques, it might work fine. Hello, Lincoln. How's it going? Yeah, Juneau's about as mild as it gets in Alaska. Yeah, that's good, Jonathan. And that's kind of what it is here. It's just been an abnormally warm and snow-free winter, which I can live with. What's up, Keith? The length of my facial hair here at the moment. I'm seeing if it keeps me warmer. Chris has a good explanation of how the gold is trapped in pyrite or arsenopyrite, but it can be in other minerals too. One time I was reading the Engineering and Mining Journal, which is professional. It's for the big miners. And one of the big companies, I don't know what it was, I forget the name, but I mean, it was a big company like Barrick or something. It's a $10 million reward. I'm like, well, that's pretty unusual. So I looked at the ad, and it says we have a very difficult ore. If anyone can come up with a way we can profitably process this ore, we'll pay you $10 million. And I'm like, okay, 10 million, that's interesting. So I'll take a look. I said, go to the website, blah, blah, blah. And essentially what they had was silver that was encapsulated in solid quartz so thoroughly that in order to get decent recovery percentages, they had to grind it to like 400 mesh, which is a very expensive proposition. Grinding stuff gets a lot more expensive. The finer you go past 100 mesh, it starts getting expensive real fast. And it wasn't a really rich silver ore in the first place. General rule, the richer it is, the more games you can play and still make money. And this was a silver ore that was of a grade that is normally profitable, but which due to the difficulty was not. So they were hoping somebody could come up with it. I started reading through all the stuff that they tried on this, and I'm like, thought of that, hadn't thought of that, thought of that. There wasn't anything I could think of that they hadn't already tried. There was half a dozen things that I'd never even thought of. And how much fluorspar can you get me? I can get it off the internet, Chris. How much do you need? And is this part of the Montana Bee project? If there's a good reason for it, I can probably get compensated for that. In terms of fluorspar up here, I don't know of anyone who's mining it. Tell me exactly what you need it for, and I'll see what I can do. Hey, Max, how's it going? Well, Max, the more I cover up this face, the better I look for some reason.
I don't think so.
That Barrick ore. So this is a different ore than the Montana Bee. Okay. Not aware of any fluoride up here, but if it's important, we'll see what we can get you. And how are you doing, Max? Feeling okay? So I don't know whatever happened on that $10 million reward, but I know I sure as heck didn't get it. I suspect that they never did, come up with anything, because all the simple things seem to be, tried, and essentially they were looking for some cheap way of, breaking that quartz down. And I seriously doubt that they came up with one. And so it's, just one of those things. Sometimes the physics just doesn't work out. Sometimes reality says, no, you're not going to make a profit unless like somebody comes up with cheap fusion energy or something like that. Yeah, there's a variety of chemical reactors, chemical reactions that can work. The problem is cost of the processing and then disposal of the waste products. Man, how much hydrofluoric acid would you have to make to dissolve bulk silica? That's what it was. Hey, Aries, how's it going? We're doing just fine. Say hi, Eva.
Hi, Aries.
He's looking at you right now. There, everyone. So, anyhow.
Hi, everybody.
Damn thing in the creek, huh? Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, Max, that was really not a bad place to get to. You just couldn't have, I don't know if the Bago would have made it up there because of the high center of gravity. It really wasn't too hard to get up there, and the regular, just four-wheel drive pickup would have made it. But yeah. And that was the problem, Chris. It was solid quartz, absolutely solid, impervious quartz. And they needed to break it down so they could actually get to these really, really fine particles of silver. So that it was just a physics nightmare in terms of how can you leach anything if you can't get to it? And that's what you had to do to get to it. Yep. Yeah, it was a long time ago, Chris. But yeah, that was kind of funny. Winging It says hi, Eva.
I'm winging it.
Yeah, if nothing else, we could always just dig the uphill side of that road a little bit to level it down a smidge. It's only in a few spots. I mean, you just those little wash places across the road. That's where it has the steep angles. So it would have been easily doable. Well, Lincoln, there's a variety of things, but as Chris says, nitric acid gets expensive. There's a variety of other things, like, for example, there's a saline leach that I just think uses the nitric acid as an oxidizer, doesn't use too much. There's a variety of different leaching chemistries that are cheaper and less difficult to contain than things like aqua regia or high nitric acid leaches. Well, Jason, the problem is you're talking about silver dust evenly distributed in a solid matrix of quartz. Think if you took the quartz and you melted it and you threw in silver dust and stirred it up and then let it solidify. So all these particles of silver are surrounded by impermeable quartz. And that was the problem, you know? Yeah, well, Jeeps are a little stiff there, Max, but how's the production coming in terms of, is the grade doing well? I know that when I was there, we hadn't found anything very high grade, but hopefully you've located something significant at this point. It was fun up there. I enjoyed that. Exactly, Chris. Not quite like flour in a cake. The flour would be the quartz, but that sort of thing, I say it's a very, very difficult cake to break up. If you had like powdered silica in cake, you could just slurry the cake and wash it away. But yeah, it's breaking quartz to 400 mesh requires a huge amount of energy. And again, the finer you try and grind it, the more difficult it becomes, and it's a diminishing returns. So that was it. Usually you can just break the rock enough to where the solutions can get to the particle, even if it's a little under the surface, it's cracked and they can do it. But in this case, no joy. When MineDat shows a shaft on your patented claim, is that different from a mine? No, a shaft is a subset of mining structures. A shaft means a vertical hole in the ground. If it is a decline, if it goes in at an angle, it'll have a different symbol. A shaft has a square that has a diagonal, and then one half is black and the other half is white. That means a vertical shaft. If you have something more like this, a V with an arrow, this would be a decline, and my fingertip would be in the direction of down. So the apex of the V here would be the point on the surface where it starts, and then this means going down in that direction. Lincoln, if you can gravity separate it, it is really hard to beat. Okay, in terms of costs, the direct cost of the processing and the indirect cost of disposing of waste products, yeah, gravity separation is by far the simplest, cheapest way to go if it works. That's the problem. A lot of times it doesn't work. We didn't stop there, Jimmy. Both Eve and I felt it was best to just keep coming right then. When I got here in Helena, they said that the mill still wasn't up and running yet. So I'll have to check with them later. But that's a good point. Let me write it down here. I put that on my little list of things to do if I don't already have it there. You got that? Check milling costs. Radersburg. Yeah, I'll try and check on those here. If I don't get a job next week, I can check that out while I'm still waiting for a job. Oh my God, that's horrible there. So let's see. We don't know yet, just getting started up with mining. All the cleanup is done, getting work on the back, and Clark is going to work on mining. Stope. Okay, that's good. Have you found some decent high grade, Max? I hope so, but not sure what's going on. Yeah, Jason, Chris is pretty damn smart. That's the principle of a centrifugal bowl winging it. That's exactly why they do that. The problem with the centrifugal bowl is packing between the riffles, so to speak. You usually have to have some kind of flushing water to create some fluidization there. Let's see. Okay, Max, we're definitely working on the being safe part. We're comfortable, we're safe here, and just got to get some full-time employment right now. Good day, Terry. So anyhow, that's the basic problem as I see it with centrifugal bowls is they have to do something to keep it from packing, and that's what tends to lose you your gold. Some people have had very good success with them. Again, as Chris says, it's really, really ore dependent. Everything is. Thank you for coming by, Jason. I hope we were very helpful. And yeah, just run questions by. Still planning on the 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time live streams. So you can also save your questions for that. It's kind of fun answering that way too, because it helps a lot of other people at the same time. Patrick, the best predictor of whether or not you're going to run into free mill is if the records say that they were able to free mill. And the information you have there is inadequate to be sure, but it's not guaranteed one way or the other. If you can find records on that mine, let's say they extracted this much free milling, or they were able to concentrate the tellurides and ship them to a mill, then that would be very useful information. But more general information is not definitive. Should you try for the flour gold at 1 gram per 8.5 yards? Not on a small scale, Forrest. You'd have to move a lot of material. The question is, how much are you missing? Have you been checking your tailings to see what recovery you're getting? Because if you're recovering 1 gram per 8.5 cubic yards, but you might have 10 times that and not be recovering it. And so that's why you always have to check your tailings to not only determine what's there, but how much you're getting. That's the critical part. You're welcome, Patrick. I would tend to agree with Chris Forrest, but first I check the tailings too. Okay, that's because if you're having an extraction problem and you've got good grade, then you need to work on the extraction, not the grade. If you're getting a good percentage extraction, then your problem is the grade and you need to look for better grade. But until you've done that testing, you can't be certain which it is. So I say some assays on the tailings, or use my microfine gold panning technique plus a standard gold panning technique. See if there's anything in those tailings that you can find. If you can pan the microfine gold and see there's a fair amount there, then you can quickly ascertain, okay, I need to improve my extraction technique. But that's going to be the critical factors are your extraction efficiency and the head grade. And right now, I don't have the information to determine which of those applies. It could be either one, or to a certain extent, both. Hey, Lucas, how's it going? Eva really likes your deer sausage. She's going to have some for breakfast tomorrow. I cooked some up tonight, and she's going to have that with eggs tomorrow. Thank you very much. Looking like winter? Yeah, well, I'm going to see what it works. Probably going to have to shave this off to get a job, but we'll see what happens. Is what restricted in the U.S.? If I'm not certain. Lincoln, the impact mill system itself, there's essentially no 20 mesh. Okay. We're getting 95% passing 50 mesh, and probably something in the 70 to 80% passing 100 mesh. You can change a few variables, like by reducing the airflow, you can get a finer grind at a lower throughput and things like that. But yeah, mercury is just not feasible here in the United States. If yeah, the EPA, no. So with the impact mill, say you usually get a pretty decent grind out of it. Hey, Chris, did you ever do a sieve test on that stuff I sent you? That looked like a pretty fine grind there. Yeah, Forrest, but are they doing hard rock or placer? That's the question. The 3/4 of an ounce a ton would be extremely high for placer, but if it was hard rock, that would not be unusual. That's about what you need to make it profitable. but that's, if you can answer that, we'll help you out a little bit more. Okay, Chris. Yeah, but you would agree that stuff is probably 70 to 80% 100 mesh, I would think. Yeah, Forrest, the hard rock and the placer are two entirely different things. You said you processed 8.5 cubic yards. That was placer, correct? Kepi? Lincoln. Usually you wouldn't be using that kind of an impact on alluvial placers. That kind of a grind is usually required for hard rock, Lincoln. Unless you have an extremely well cemented placer, then you can usually just run it through a trommel or something and break it up instead of actually having to grind it. Interesting, Jonathan. Okay, yeah. See, if you're in placer forest, what the hard rock mine up on the hill is getting is not connected at all, basically. You can't make any inferences whatsoever. It's two entirely different things. So you have to deal with your material that you've got. Eva, Jonathan says they have jobs here in Juneau that pay around $150,000 a year, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. The Hecla Greens Creek mine. Interesting. Interesting.
It sounds like Bear wants to go there.
Yeah, Chris.
I have no objection to Alaska.
I tend to agree with you, Chris. That's what I would think too. It looked like that particular rock ground up pretty fine in the impact melt. Mount Fang, yes, we go out with people. Sometimes they have a project they want me to help with, in which case I usually just rent myself out. Other times they just want to come along, in which case always happy to have another hand. Right now I'm not in Tucson. I'm up here in Montana. The earliest we'll probably be back in Tucson will be next fall, depending upon circumstances. But you can kind of keep an eye, live streams and my videos and such. And if I am heading back into the Tucson area for some reason, you can contact me. If nothing else, you can come by the house and I can, teach you how to hand pan microfine gold with some actual real hard rock gold ore that's been crushed, Often. Yeah, Chris, sometimes the real fine pulverization, if you grind a sulfide ore up just moderately, like say 100% passing 30 mesh and, not much passing 100 and do a gravity separation, then you can often take those concentrates and just pulverize the crap out of them and get some decent gold. Let's see. Okay, Mount Fang. We were out in the Greaterville area a little while ago, but not recently. In the last couple months. You may be right, Chris. I also suspect that's a fairly porous mineral, so it won't need to be crushed super fine to get exposure, because if it's close to the surface of the particle, the leaching solution, I think we'll probably be able to get to it. Do I ever go prospecting up in Prescott? Not recently. I did some stuff south of Prescott there this fall. There was a prospect there that I Break for Bedrock found, and Another person was interested in possibly buying or leasing it from them, and so I was a little go-between there. And Forrest, am I selling any crusher equipment stuff? Not at the present time, although I think the design I've got could easily be duplicated, but I'd have to set up a shop to actually do that. I did bring the stick welder with me, so man, I'll have to see, because yeah, I'd like to find some kind of shop facility around here where I could do that sort of stuff. First, are you talking about me? I'm just letting it grow out to see how it insulates the face from the cold. So far, it hasn't been cold enough to matter. Okay, well, Lynx Creek has, good history there. Well, Chris, I don't know so much as kits, but I could do plans. The individual parts are fairly simple to fabricate. On your crusher, how many buckets before you have to replace plates? Oh, now the stuff that, what's his name? Ryan has, that's just a hard quartz ore, so it's pretty abrasive. And I was getting 300 to 500 pounds through the mill before it was wearing to the point where I would suggest, pulling the plates and either re-hard facing a bead along the edges or swapping them out real quick, putting it back in service, and then re-hard facing the edges to swap those back in later. But I would say that if you were hard facing about every 300 to 500 pounds, if you were running them to destruction, basically, you could probably run about 1,000 pounds through there and then flip them 180 degrees and wear the other surfaces. They're designed to be flipped 180. And so, theoretically, 1/4 inch hardened plate, and I'm just using mild plate. If you're using hardened plate, I think you should get, a ton through it, just by swapping them around without too much trouble. And gosh, they shouldn't be too hard to, if you're plasma cutting them in bulk, each one should have a cost in the neighborhood, I think about $1 or $2. And you're going to have 8 different plates per mill. So, I'm guessing about $20 to $50 a ton cost. Okay. In terms of replacement time, you have 4 bolts that hold the cover on, and then you would have to replace the parts. Each one, each rotor plate has 4 bolts. Be hard to get in there with a standard impact wrench, but you could probably easily use like a little hand impact, just break it loose and then an impact socket wrench. And so that's, I would think 15 minutes to change them out would be pretty easy to do. Well, Mountain Fang, are you looking mainly at placer or hard rock? Hi, Gene. How's it going? I don't know about welcome back. We're kind of welcome gone, but that works for us. We're having a good time up here. It would wear real fine, Chris. The problem with that is you want something that you can make standardized parts from. You could certainly get, AR plate and just plasma cut out of that. And it would be pretty simple to do. Forest, hard caliche would be nothing compared to Ryan's ore. Trust me. Ryan's ore is hard, almost bull quartz, and very abrasive, especially if you were just in a placer situation. You usually don't have to grind nearly as fine. So that's, a question. And Chris is right. It would be tough if it was not perfectly dry or very wet. Now, you could use it as a single pass machine. Depending on how you configure the exit hole, you can blow a lot bigger stuff out of it than I am. I've got a deflector there that drastically reduces the output size. When I first put it together, the first prototype, and didn't have any kind of deflector there, and I dropped pieces, and there was half-inch chunks of rock blowing out of it. It was hilarious. Thank you, Gene. I appreciate it. Let's see. What would be the minimum amount of gold recovered per ton to be worthwhile for prospecting? That would depend on what it takes to get it out of the matrix areas. Production placer mines often make lots of money at $10 a ton. Big open pit heap leach mines often make money in the $15 to $20 a ton range, but they have to have huge capital costs to get started. $100 million in permitting and $500 million in startup, facilities and stuff. As a general rule on micro scale prospecting, first of all, it's not going to do you any good to be making any less money than you could make at Walmart. So you got to look at least $15 an hour. And depending upon what you're doing, if you're dredging, well, then, a cubic yard an hour is not too hard to do. And, $15 an hour would be kind of modest sort of thing. I don't think you'd really like that. You probably want more like $30 an hour. So $30 a ton. In hard rock, etc., my general rule of thumb is, because of the cost of the extractions required, your best situation, you're probably looking at least a half an ounce to the ton, 2 feet wide, or 1 ounce to the ton, 1 foot wide, maybe under some circumstances, a 1/4 ounce to the ton, 4 feet wide. Now, the reason it varies like that is you got to drive at least a 4-foot tunnel to work in. You can't work in a space that wide, so you have to take waste. And so it comes out to a total mining stuff moved of a 1/4 ounce to the ton, 4 foot wide. But if you can move half of that as waste and throw it away without processing it, it's even more profitable. If you can make it a 1/4 of that, it's more profitable. If you're just taking a 1 foot vein and you're taking 3 foot of footwall just for access, well, that's a lot better. But that's kind of my general rule there. And again, it all depends on how much you're able to process an hour and how much cost. Placer on a micro scale, you're probably going to want at least $20, $30 a yard. And that's what I would look at. Looking for easily recoverable placer. In the Tucson area, I know a spot near Greaterville. I have a contact that says he had a spot there where he was able to get decent recoveries at. If you want to comment on an email or something, I can say, I don't have my, here, I think I can do it this way. I usually have my clipboard. Let's get ready to copy Mount Fang. Let's see if that works. There we go. Okay, that's my email address, hardrocku@outlook.com. And if you're interested to say, I have a guy who knows where some placer is in that area, and I can contact him and see if I can set up a deal twixt you and him. And I'm not even certain if he wouldn't just give it to you, so to speak. I don't know, but it's in the Greaterville area, and it's on Forest Service land, so that means it would be more difficult to permit if you actually got to the point where you're trying to permit it. The Forest Service is kind of a pain in the butt compared to BLM. So there you go. There's a lot of ways you can use fluid flows to size particles. One of the big problems with that is it also depends on particle size, particle shape, particle density. If everything was the same size and shape, it would be real easy to separate by density. In my case, it's just, I've got it set to where it really has to beat it fairly fine to get it out of the mill. And that seems to work pretty good for that. I don't know about that, Chris. A rolls crusher, if you've got clayey material, tends to just squish it into big flakes. That I can tell you, because the RC46 has rolls. Most caliche that I've seen isn't that brittle, especially if it had just the slightest bit of moisture. You're going to tend to get flaking. Now, at that point, you might be able to put it into a trommel and break it up well, now that it's been kind of tenderized. But I would think more of an impact mill or a wet ball mill or a trommel for caliche, depending on how tough it is. But robots will work for lipo. Not sure what that means first. You're welcome, Aries. These are just kind of general rules of thumb. Well, Michael, glad to be of help. If you have any questions, just go ahead and ask. That's what the live stream's all about. And it also allows us to get a bunch of different brains working on the same subject, because some people have a little different experience or different viewpoints. So the more pairs of eyes looking at it, the more likely you are to see it clearly. And so we have people like Chris and Bolt Med, who's not here yet tonight, and First Squadron. And these guys all have their own areas of expertise and knowledge bases. Between all of us, we can make one really smart person, I think. Although I think Chris can do it all by himself, but whatever. Oh, really? Okay. See? He shows up with different names, and I'm supposed to know this. 65 years old. Right parietal lesion. I have an excuse. And I know how to pull it. Let's see. Oh, Socrates, he was smart and he was wise, but he wasn't very smooth in some cases. Different situations require different talents. Uh, oh,
All kinds of
damn
talent.
right, Forrest, whenever possible. Absolutely. Pull out the geezer card. Absolutely. Watch out for the cougars up there. Are you talking the two-legged cougars or the four-legged cougars? Because Eva will watch out for the two-legged ones. The four-legged ones, I got the 44. Yeah, first, that's real important. Four-legged? Okay. Yeah, we've got I got the 44. I'm less concerned about cougars than say grizzlies because I'm 200 pounds. And so cougars get a little hesitant on attacking something that big. Eva, on the other hand, would be, she's only 5'5". So she
5'3".
5'3". She's shrinking.
Always been 5'3" there.
Well, yeah, I don't remember these things. I don't care. I love you just the way you are. I don't need specifications. Cougar attacks are frequent up there? Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Eva's also pretty observant. It's hard for critters to sneak up on her. So she can warn me to draw. And say, I don't think the cougars are going to go after you, Chris, especially after me. They're going to be really full. You can have plenty of time to just walk away. Not a problem. Let's see. Aries, I have no doubt whatsoever if a cougar was attacking me, Eva would not be running away. She would be attacking the cougar. Am I right, little one?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dead cougar.
Yeah. I say, if you want to see what a pissed off Eva looks like, pose a threat to me and then see if you survive. Because unlike me, she has no restrictions on action when it comes to defending me. She will do whatever it takes. And, I'm a guy raised in the traditional guy thing. So there's, honorable things and not, she's like, screw that. You broke the rules. You posed a threat. Yeah, your life is forfeit. End of discussion. Well, I don't know about that, David. All I know is to say she's been through some rough times, so she has less patience for wrongness than the ordinary person, and so I say she's once you get past a certain level of rude, all bets are off. Yeah, that sounds like you, Forrest. Now I got to wear these big insulated boots. You could probably beat me. Man, it's harsh. It hurts. It hurts a lot. What's that stabbing feeling in my back? Oh. Anyhow. First, I have no desire to do otherwise. Yep. No, she's a very special person. Mickey Mouse. Actually, they're fairly good looking boots. Oh. Where's yours, little one?
Mine are pretty.
Oh. They've got thin slate in them, so they're really not that much thicker than a regular boot. You know, it's a quarter inch, maybe 3/8 thick is all. Well, it's not really that big. And these are 14. I usually wear a 12, but I'm wearing extra socks. So waterproof, insulated, definitely a very good investment. And Eva's are clearly not as insulated as mine.
But mine are rated down to -25.
See, they got a little fur up here. She really likes these. She thinks they're very pretty, and she never had a pretty pair of boots before, so she's very happy with them. You want to model your hat for the crew, little one?
Okay, just let me plug in my,
Let's
Yeah.
see.
and then we'll put on my.
Yeah, Jimmy, Chris is working on it. Actually, Mount Fang, so far it hasn't been bad. We're adapting well. So,
See?
and that keeps her ears warm and everything.
I have a hunting hat.
Yeah. Okay, Mount Fang, I'll get to it probably tomorrow. These live streams tend to go a little bit late, and tomorrow should only have a couple hours of work to do.
I'm gonna make some
And,
hamburgers there.
David says you're such a darling.
Thank you. I'm gonna make some hamburgers.
And Aries goes, aw. And Smokey says you're ready for wascooey wabbits. Yeah, first I bet you do, but we don't. We're from Arizona. Chris goes, be very, very quiet.
I'm using the fry pan that was already on the stove.
Okay. Yeah, well, Fang, you could have just commented anytime, but I understand. I really enjoy meeting people and like this. Yeah, Jimmy, he's going to try and have something ready for us by, what would you say, probably 1st of May is when things usually kind of open up snow-wise, etc. What do you think, Jimmy? Is that about the right target date? I say Chris should have enough material to work with for now and get some ideas going here.
I'm gonna make us 2 hamburgers.
I say Chris is going to get on it. I have to make some money to pay the bills, so I just can't focus on things like that unless, let's say, my principal decides to put me to work full time doing something like that. Right now, I just don't see the justification for putting that level of effort into it. There's a lot of more basic stuff that needs to be done first, but yeah, and that's kind of what we're looking at, is trying to have something ready, in the May time frame there, and then I can go out at the mine and actually work more on identifying ore bodies and such. Yeah, Greaterville just wasn't an area that I was linked into with associates and stuff. I was more in the Arivaca area. I had a friend down there and stuff. Hey, Cherokee, how's it going? Did you ever get that assay back or send it out? Just curious what those flakes were. I'm pretty sure they were mica, but they sure looked like gold, darn it. And yeah, we'll also be pretty soon I'll probably be sending out some of those chocolate brown heavies for multi-element analysis and an assay at ALS or someplace like that, someplace that can do both. Forrest, she's cooking for herself right now.
I'm cooking for you too. I'm making 2 big hamburgers.
Wow. Okay, so Jimmy says, yeah, May 1st sounds about right. I'm not sure what Cherokee's got. Could you come in and look at this little one? Can you translate for me?
Celebration, jumping around, woman power, music, dancing.
Okay.
That's all positive affirmations.
Oh, okay.
About you.
I don't know. I'm so confused. All this new stuff. But anyhow, so yeah, I say Chris can be working on some flotation tests and equipment, and I'm going to be working more on the gravity side and checking out a local mill here. And I say by 1st of May, hopefully we'll be out in the field again, doing more exploration at the mine to try and identify and exploit ore, and also to try and find more ore bodies or expand what's currently there, what we can see. Aries, everyone learns differently. And just because you have trouble learning well from a video doesn't say anything bad about how well you can learn. It just means you need a different way of learning. I agree. It's much, much better in person. Absolutely. So
I'm cooking both of us hamburgers.
oh, okay. I'm pretty full, but that's okay.
Well, you can always eat it tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. And it's also, mineralogy is so complex, Aries, that it takes a lot of basic geology before you even have a good idea what you're looking at. So don't feel bad about that. You might want to check and see if the local community college or something has a geology class you could get in on. Well, Mount Fang, the term productive is ambiguous to a certain extent. Fang, I don't know how I'd get that through the internet. But in terms of finding some gold, it's pretty easy. You just go to areas where they found it before. That's the thing, is to try and find a profitable ore body. That's a vastly greater challenge. I got involved in gold mining, working at a gold mine, and it was a profitable gold mine almost from the beginning. But it wasn't because of me. It's just that was the ore body, and they'd already got it figured out. They just hired me to, for my hands and back at the time. Okay. The professors all died? Where are you at, Aries? What was it, from COVID or something like that? Fang, just because there was old productive mines there doesn't mean there's any productive ore body left. They would typically, unless something else stopped them, mine to the extent of the profitable ore body and then stop. Considering they had already paid for all their equipment and everything else and were running, all else being equal, they can achieve a profit at a lower ore grade than somebody who's just trying to start up a mine, and you have all that capital expenses that you have to make up for too. So that's it. It can take a while. Sizing hard rock sizes, basics of flotation, mesh point. Lincoln, I'm not sure exactly what the serious points are, but in terms of basics of flotation, you're usually going to grind somewhere around 50 to 100 mesh, sometimes down to 200 mesh. Diaphragm pumps, you use usually what they call a slurry pump or a trash pump if you were pumping slurry. A lot of what they're pumping is actually fairly clarified water from the settling thickeners, and they mix it with the ore in the ball mills, and then from there it's usually gravity flow from the ball mill to this flotation line to that flotation line, etc. It's usually not pumped. It's usually gravity flow. That's why you see you see mills are built on hillsides and like this, so they don't have to pump it between stages. It all gravity flows. Gravity is much much cheaper and less maintenance intensive. New Mexico, huh? Wonder why they all died, huh? Well, Socorro used to have a really good mining college there. What was that? New Mexico Tech. Incandescent, huh, Chris? That'd be a good test to see videotaping incandescent versus LED. Good point. Yeah, Forrest, that's not a bad idea. That works a lot of the time. Yeah. I had an engineer that went there that I knew. He was a pretty good guy. He learned quickly the difference between theory and reality, and he turned out pretty well. First 6 months was a little rough. I was trying to deal with that, but yeah, you got a lot of respect for him in the long run. But he learned. Two professors. What happened to the Marys? Let's see. Even in cone crushing. I'll go back up here. Trying to figure it out. It gets so confusing with multiple people talking here. Cone crushing is usually an intermediate size crushing, Lincoln. You have jaw or gyratory crushers that crush it down from run of mine, and then cone crushers usually reduce it further to the point where it can be fed into the pulverization circuit, like the mill, ball mills or whatever. Well, smoking. This is what we laughingly call the Penthouse. It is basically just a little studio apartment, but it's on the top floor. It's the only motel room here on the top floor. It's kind of a long-term stay hotel. And because it has external steps and it tends to get snowy in the wintertime here, it's not highly desirable in the wintertime. So we get it at a good price. And so we just call it the Penthouse. And it has a nice view, and Gigi Sipper Says Eva, can I have pickles, onions, and tomato on my hamburger? Don't have any onions. Got pickles and tomatoes. Argonaut, I think the borax speed test is probably quite useful for field identification of other minerals, not so much gold per se. It's not going to work well on gold, I do not believe. But for certain things, it can be very useful. Okay, tellurides are not going to be malleable. They're going to be brittle. I'm pretty sure they're, Chris. Correct me if I'm wrong. But tellurides are not malleable in my knowledge. Oh, Aries wants chili on his. Man.
Oh, wow.
These guys are so picky.
Picky.
Yeah.
But this is good ground beef.
Yeah, some guy, Chris, also sent me some pictures. It looked like it was, an iron-bearing mineral because of some of the oxides, but he said it was malleable. And I'm thinking nickel iron meteorite, very heavy, malleable. Looks like it has some iron. It streaks gray and silver. So I was thinking maybe nickel iron meteorite there. Okay, see you in a bit, Lincoln. Forrest, we could mail it, but I don't think it would be terribly fresh by the time it got there. On the other hand, at these temperatures, it might not matter. Oh no, he says it wasn't that soft, and it wasn't shiny. It was definitely got iron oxide on the outside, black coating on the outside, and he says it dents slightly when hit with a hammer. That's why I was thinking, and it was slightly magnetic also, lightly magnetic. So I was thinking more like nickel iron. What does it take to process tellurides? It would depend on the telluride and the other minerals associated in the ore, but generally you're going to do a crushing and then a flotation and then a refining step. You could also possibly do a gravity separation to do the concentration, and the refining step could be another. Chris, I don't know, but you have big nuggets of chromite in California. That's it, Chris. He said it wasn't. It dents a little bit with a hammer, And let's see. Is there such a thing as crystalline gold? Is all gold malleable? Yes to both. Crystalline gold, you can see the crystalline form in it, but it's still malleable. If you whack it, it will smush. All reasonably pure gold in nature is malleable. It's usually got some silver in it too, but yeah, it's malleable. Is chromite lightly magnetic? Because it looked, some of the structures were more like a rock that had been eroded a little bit. I didn't see any clear aerodynamic ablation or anything like that. And so I was wondering what it might be. But so that's the one thing I was thinking that, he found it with a metal detector too. Well, so you could find some there. Okay. I'll try and remember when we're done here to, let's see. Oh, let's see if I can do this here. Let's see if Eva's thing will, and I'll just keep talking here, even though I'm going to lose my video feedback loop there. This is where it would be really nice to be able to do picture in a picture so I could show you. We'll have to work on that. Enter the characters you see. 5 GVW, let's see. 5. I guess those are capitals. GVW 3 EV. How weird. Please enter the password for your Microsoft account. Well, I don't know what it is. Any idea what my Hard Rock U password is, little one?
Try your usual one
With a cap or without?
with a cap.
And the numbers and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
I don't know why I said I tried to do it.
It's going to text you. Yeah, you did not do the robot captcha below it. So,
I did do the robot caption. Just
no, you
click
didn't.
something, whatever I need to click there, little one.
Oh.
I've been signing in on that by computer forever. So why would it suddenly give me this crap?
Probably because you're on a hotspot. Don't know.
How weird. Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, folks. Just trying to get to a damn picture here. I don't like electrons. And there's your stuff, Joe. And let's see. Any idea what a VMS deposit is, Chris? Has a lot of magnetite in the deposit. A little bit of magnetite was showing in the top of the nugget. I believe it's called conchoidal magnetite. Looks like bubbles. Look like native metallic iron. Also sulfuric acid. Either way, I'll go. Okay. On my live stream tonight, someone also suggested possible chromite. We're really going to have to get this picture-in-a-picture thing done so we can do stuff like this. Okay. Anyhow, so I got that. Close this. Changes you made, yeah, leave the site. Thank you. Okay. Anyhow. Password manager. Let's see. Get back. Okay, what are some indicators that allow you to home in on gold when you're in a gold bearing area? Usually, Mount Fang, you simply placer up water courses until the gold you're finding in gold traps suddenly changes in character or concentration, and then start plastering up the hillsides and following the concentrations to where you get to the hard rock outcropping. Okay.
Well, looks for old mine dumps.
Yeah, one of the other indicators is old mines. That's a really good one. Another thing is you can do a lot of research on the internet nowadays that can come in well. Let's see. Oh, well, see, the funny thing was, it's an automatic login. So I click on my account and I click on the login, and it says, well, you've been screwing up too many times. It's automatic. I've never had to type that in I don't know how long. That's why I was asking Eva, what's the password? I don't know. I haven't done it in, as far as I know, years. The computer is supposed to know, so don't ask me. But how deep and where to start? Well, you start in a gold-bearing area that's historically been known to be gold-bearing. You go to those areas, in a water course, and in Tucson, it's usually a dry water course where the bedrock is shallow and fractured, and then crevice it is your usual spot to look for gold. If you don't find any gold there, it's either been recently worked or there's no gold upstream. That's how it works. Yes, she is a keeper, winging it. Yeah, there was that guy, I think it was in Germany today. He's got $200 million in Bitcoins and can't remember the password. And he's used up 8 out of 10 tries to get it. Yeah, that would drive me crazy. Volcanic massive sulfide. Okay. So would that sound like chromite to you? Not sure. Because usually chromite would be in a sill deposit from a, what do you call it? A big volcanic intrusive. Okay, let's see. So anyhow, I think I'm caught up with the comments now. Oh, yeah, definitely have to work on the picture in a picture and video within a picture. Then I can start doing almost like lessons or something too on these live streams. If it gets to be a slow night, I can do something. My next article I'm planning on California Mining Journal is on doing a little thing on hand surveys. It's not that hard to use what's known as a plane table to do a rough survey without anything really fancy. I mean, you need a tape measure and a ruler, and
Your burger's ready.
that's about it. And we used a stack of buckets last summer. You just set a clipboard on a stack of buckets, and you got a ruler, and you go out that far, and Eva says how far it is, and so I align things and put the ruler down, measure out that far, and you make essentially a scale model of reality on a piece of paper. How deep does one dig a sample? Preferably to bedrock when you're plastering. Okay. And that is because the gold will tend to collect most in the crevices in the bedrock. The cracks, they act like the riffles in a sluice. And okay, little one, your project for next week is to try and figure out how to do picture in a picture and video in a picture. She's giving me the baleful glance. Could you show them the baleful glance?
Yeah, right. Okay, people.
So anyhow, we'll see if we can accomplish that. But that way, I say, it would be a lot easier for me to do, essentially classes on this, that, and the other. And that might be very useful for some people. Yeah, that's part of it. But it's just one of those things that it's not that hard to do with just some real simple tools. You don't achieve the precision of a real survey, but I mean, do you need to know within a tiny fraction of a foot where something is, or is within a foot or two good enough? Do you need to know within how many seconds of arc off a vertical you are? Well, usually the irregularities in the geology are vastly greater than that. Yeah, I understand, Chris. We'll see what we can do for next week. Because I say I have a video on it, but it would be kind of nice to be able to just take clips out of the video and show folks. Theoretically, I've got the raw video on that hard drive too. So yeah, that might work out well. Could you take over for a minute, little one? I need a short break. Oh, be right back, folks.
Of course, he had to do this when I'm trying to eat dinner. I mean, that's just a. Actually, I agree with Forrest here. We should get around to publishing DVDs of your videos. Hi, Wolfman.
When we work on migrating to a new site.
Fang Bear can answer that question when you come back. But basically, bedrock looks like solid rock. Hi, Aries. Hi, Patrick. I'm not putting my hat on to eat. Come on now, GGS. I'm trying to eat my burger here. Well, I didn't get chili on your burger, Aries, but I will get chili on your burger next time. Bear is back, and Fang wants to know, how can you discern what is bedrock? Which
Now, that's a there you go. That's her burger. And that's a low carbohydrate bun, by the way.
0 carb bun, pure fiber and protein.
In terms of bedrock, sometimes the interface between soil and bedrock can be somewhat difficult to determine, not usually in a water course. And the reason is because the abrasion at the bottom of a water course will usually move any soft weathered bedrock, and you'll generally get some fairly hard material there. It's usually fairly easy to identify the bedrock soil interface. The soil has a lot of individual particles that are just kind of arranged somewhat randomly in a matrix, whereas a piece of even weathered bedrock has pieces that are all keyed together. You know, they'll be more angular instead of rounded, and they will tend to be keyed together. If you have a bunch of pieces all broken up, they're all going to fit like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. And after a little practice, it's usually pretty easy to tell the difference. Now, I say in a water course, it's usually quite easy because it goes from something that looks like a soil or gravel or a mixture of both to something that suddenly gets a lot harder.
Solid rock.
Because the water, you know, will erode anything soft. As a major flooding event, like in the desert there, you know, a thunderstorm hits and you've got, you know, rocks this big rolling around along the bottom of the water course. Anything that's soft will get just busted up. So it's usually pretty easy to identify bedrock, especially in a water course. Yeah, sometimes you can have some pretty cemented soils, especially in the desert. You tend to get calcite cementation. You can actually dig tunnels 50 feet across in it at times. Let's see. That S should be a C, caliche. David. And Chris is correct. You can hit what's known as false bedrock too. Any hard impermeable layer can stop the gold from drifting down. But say in those desert water courses, you don't tend to hit them as much. You tend to have some pretty violent flood events and not much actual clay. If you're in a more in an area with more rainfall, like Flower Gold Wizards up there, and I think it's Minnesota, he's often working on top of clay layers. But hell, for all you know, bedrock's 30 feet down. It's just a little creek. There is no bedrock. So any hard impermeable layer would be called false bedrock in a case like that. And that's what you're going to. Wisconsin? Yeah. It's somewhere up north, it's near Kanukistan and some big lakes. I've heard about it. Haven't been there. Well, we had some cobbles and boulders that it wouldn't suck up either there, Forrest. How cold is it up there in Wisconsin right now, Smoking? I mean, it's got to be colder than it is here. It's up to, what is it right now? Yeah, it's about freezing is all. See? Not bad there either. 28 degrees. Pretty similar to what it is right here, right now. Let's see. Juneau, Wisconsin. Jonathan Yazzie. So what did you see, Dave? Anything in particular? Were you sampling or just looking at the mines, or what was going on? Yeah, definitely have to work on that picture in a picture thing. Yes. So far, you're the warmest, Forrest. Yeah, but you're up in Kazakhstan, aren't you, first? Well, were you taking samples, Dave? Hi, Lars. How's it going? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kazakhstan is pretty damn cold in the wintertime. It comes in handy for driving across all that muskeg and such. Yeah, it's rather large grinding mills, but not much in the separation, huh? Well, Dave, when you're looking at an old mine, as a general rule, there's going to be an ore body. Ore is basically mineral from which you can extract, rock from which you can extract a valuable mineral at a profit. And the ore body will tend to be followed by the workings, because moving waste rock is just a total cost. There's no profit in there at all. And hi, Mount Lodak. So you'll watch, if a tunnel is straight and you don't see any different rock types, it's often an access tunnel. If you can actually see a structure it's following, especially if it follows it around zigs and zags or along angles like this, then they're usually that's usually an ore body. And that's what you would want to sample, is whatever it was that they were mining out, especially if you're going down a tunnel, all of a sudden that particular structure has been mined out and not a lot of stuff around it. Again, that indicates that was what they were interested in. So that's what you'd prefer to sample. So how rich is it, Lars? And what size is it? A little side conversations going on right now. Foot long or a foot wide? A foot long wouldn't be much. Our Utah visit went just fine, Mount Lodak. It was a little short though, because weather was moving in and we wanted to beat it up north here, so we had to depart the very next day. Inch or two wide, well, that's not very much. Well, makes it easy to mine it. Fang, my associate there, or I wouldn't even call associate, just my acquaintance, has done a lot of prospecting in a lot of different places. And we were discussing a particular mine, and he said he used to have a placer just north of there that was modestly productive. And yeah, Lars, if you found it with a falcon, was that actually gold you were picking up with the falcon? Because if it was, then it's got some pretty chunky gold in it. Is anyone else noticing a glitchy YouTube connection or not? We're working from Eva's phone right here, so I'm not sure how well it's working, but it's a good test. You can see the flakes? Okay, that's some good stuff. You might want to think of segregating that for specimens or jewelry sales. Okay, so Randy Thomas is glitchy and Stephen B is not. Jimmy's no. David's no. Patrick's no. Fang is great connect. Okay, so apparently it's just a few people are having the problem there. We seem to be doing just fine in terms of getting it up to YouTube and getting it distributed.
Well, there have been intermittent problems with the internet around the country all day today. YouTube, Google, the networks.
Okay. Well, it's kind of nice having, because if we can do this from Eva's phone, we can do it, all over the place.
Wherever I've got bars.
Yeah. Lars, it's not just fuzzy, it's ugly. There's multiple glitches there. Thank you, Randy. Aliens interfering. No, we're in Montana now, not Tucson. It shouldn't be a problem.
Well, if we were in New Mexico, it could be aliens. Roswell. Or Nevada with Area 51. Somehow I don't think aliens are necessarily hanging out in Montana.
Anyhow, so, yeah, Lars, if you can see the gold in it, say you might want to consider whether or not it's jewelry grade and not just crush it too. So consider that, because you can often get a lot better bang for your buck selling it for specimens or jewelry grade than you can for the entrained gold value. Oh, dearie. Well, let's see. For those of you who came in late, just little updates. First of all, we're up in Montana. This is our little room here. It's at the top of a bunch of steps, got a nice view. That's why we call it the Penthouse. The trip up here was pretty fine. We had a lot of hospitality and stuff along the way. We're ensconced comfortably and looking for a job for about the next 3 months to basically pay the bills while the weather opens up. And did a little bit of testing on the Montana B ore. Gravity separation here indicated the new concentrator is doing a good job of getting some gravity separatable gold, but not getting near the gold that should be in it. So it's probably in chemical combination, telluride, arsenal pyrite, something like that. And Chris is going to be doing testing over the next several months down in California, to see if he can come up with some improvements on gravity and also to do some testing on flotation. So, and that's, basically where we're at on the mining right now. How far did Eva have to push the miner bagel? Not at all. She did drive it for about 15 minutes in Utah, and did not like it with the big beluga on it. The beluga being a 16-foot trailer running, 5,000-6,000 pounds at least, single axle. It makes the whole rig a little bit swayy. It likes to wiggle back and forth a little bit and such. And she really didn't like that. So after a little bit, she turned it back over to me. I don't really like it either, but I'm a little more tolerant of that kind of stuff. So we didn't have to push it. It really operated fairly routinely. We did have a rim crack on the trailer. It started leaking a little air, so we had to get that fixed. But was there any other mechanical issues to speak of, little one?
No.
I didn't think so. Got a little hot coming up out of Phoenix. That was about it. Oh, Aries. I'm going to read this one out loud to Eva. There was someone on YouTube selling property with a creek in Pinos Altos area showing all the gold, which was floating on top of the water a few years back, claiming it was a great gold mine. Guessing a little bit of mica there.
Yeah. Powder fool's gold.
Yeah. Yeah, it got pretty hot climbing out of Phoenix. It was only 60 degrees or something outside too. But once we got further north, we didn't have any problems, and we just avoided the Verde Valley grade after Cordes Junction by going through Ash Fork. And it ran pretty flawlessly. Besides that, once we got up further north and when the temperatures were around freezing, the engine really seemed to get better torque. I presume because it's getting a more dense air charge going in there, and it seemed to get a little more grunt to it. This morning it seemed like it was missing a bit, so I'm gonna have to check the plugs. I think I've got a foul plug or a bad wire. It would runs okay once it warms up, but cold idling, it was clearly missing on the driver's side bank. So I said that's probably a plug or a plug wire there. I'm guessing a plug is a little bit foul. Still leaking power steering fluid from the steering box, but not that bad. I just have to fill it up about every 3 days or so. No big deal. Yeah, Chris, if it was actually gold floating on the surface of the water, it would be pretty unique. And it would also take a lot of gold in the stream to do that. I suspect more in the way of mica, but who knows? Forest, it could very easily be a carburetor adjustment. I'm not qualified to do carburetor adjustments. And once I get some money coming in, I'll maybe see about getting someone to do that. But yeah. Yeah, Jimmy, but how's the average going on that? Not enough transition edge, not good small quartz very. Because if it's real microfine gold there, you might have a decent grade, but that RP4 may not be adequate to recover it. Blue Devil. Which video you're talking about, Reese? Not sure. Yeah, Randy, it was leaking pretty badly a while back, and then I got some power steering fluid plus stop leak from Tractor Supply, and that really slowed it down. Yeah, probably should Forest. It's just a Holly. Shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Oh, okay. The video is still about that Goldstream property. Did you ever ascertain what the floating mineral was? I presume it wasn't gold, or you would have picked it up. Yeah, seems plausible. A long time ago, when I was a teenager, my mom had a place in Alpine, California. There's a little stream behind it. It had a lot of mica in it, and we were like, "Wow, is that gold?" It's pretty cool. But we found out. Impossible winging it. How much do they cost nowadays? I've got a vacuum gauge and I got a timing light, but I'm not sure how much. I think that's a much more expensive piece of equipment. No thanks, Aries. You don't need a mica mine, even if it's well sorted. Yeah, clearly it's got a little carburetor issues, because when I first light it up on a really cold morning, it'll light, then it kind of dies, and then I have to light it again, and then it'll usually come up and idle. And no, that's not too much winging it. But then if I try and take off, then it dies. So I have to let it either warm up some more, or take off without pushing on the accelerator and just let the choke hold it. You know? And so I got some carburetor issues. Not sure exactly what. Yeah, Jimmy. That's where assaying can come in handy too. But it was even doing that back in Tucson Forest. I presume there's a little bit of an air leak that's leaning it out or something. Not sure exactly what's going on, but I probably ought to check for a vacuum leak first and see what's going on. I've got a vacuum gauge. There's no excuse for me not to, except sheer laziness. Yeah, I've also, when climbing grades, what I did was I put premium in the right-hand tank and regular in the left-hand tank. And so when I was climbing grades, it switched to the right-hand tank. And to minimize that, although with the lower compression pistons, that should yeah, for as I say, it was doing that in Tucson, even when air temperatures were up 60 degrees during the day. I don't think it's water in the gas. I think it's a carb adjustment or an air leak or something like that. Yeah, I agree winging it. However, right now we're on a tight budget. So I'll have to see what I can do without spending any money. First of all, so I gotta start looking for a job Tuesday. I got a little work to do tomorrow, get that completed, and do a little more work on the testing of them Montana B. I've got my fractions now. Now they're settling and stuff, and then I gotta, oh good Lord, horrendous. Then I'm going to have to probably dry them inside. I just can't see any other way to get them dry. But once it gets moderately dry, then I've got some big stainless steel serving trays that I can put samples in and bake them. Okay, I can try tightening down the carb. Yeah, it's a thermostatic choke, but I adjusted it. Loosened the 3 little screws there, and to make sure that, it's tight when it's cold. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But yeah, it's one of those little heating element sort of chokes. And I would also account for that miss on the right bank. If there's a little air leak there, then that cylinder might be getting a leaner mixture. One more thing to do. Write it down. Check for air leaks. Well, I guess you call it a vacuum leak. Check for vacuum leaks. No, it was closing up all right. And, you know, yeah, it's true. I forgot about that. I've got carburetor cleaner too, so I could do that. Yep. Thank you. Spray carb cleaner. Yeah, it's not something I've done very much in my life, and I forgot that trick. So thank you very much, Winging It. I appreciate it. Should be pretty dry gas. It was doing it in Tucson. I mean, it's been doing it possibly ever since we've replaced the pistons. Not sure. Kind of think it just started it up at a particular time. So that I think it could have had a vacuum line come off or crack or something too. Yeah, I should check that out. Check those bolts too. I could have easily backed off, or the intake manifold bolts could have backed off and got an intake manifold to head leak. Well, that's the nice thing about carburetor cleaner is it's not flammable. So you can spray that on there and when you hit the leak, it, runs crappy. What we're talking about, Fang, is using like carb cleaner as a vacuum leak detection tool. You spray it on stuff, and if it hits a vacuum leak, you'll hear the engine start running a little crappy. And that's how you can locate a leak pretty easily. Oh yeah, it opens up all the way after it warms up. Not a problem. I've checked on that. It's a Holley 4-barrel. I think it's a dual pumper, but I'm not sure. It's got tanks front and back, float bowls. Jimmy, with my separation concentrator, it may be able to work just fine with your ore. I say it'll typically recover down to like 35 microns. And so your RP4 is not doing as well as my concentrator is on a gravity separation, although it may still take flotation or something. I prefer not to. Actually, I don't like turning wrenches at all in general. I don't like fixing cars. I'll do it when I need to, but it's not something I enjoy doing. And I like to avoid it whenever possible. The other day, I was driving down the road, and all of a sudden, they just shut down. The lights went off. The engine stopped. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was pretty clear that I lost main power. Pulled it over and was checking. It took me a while to figure out, where I'd rerouted the wiring to. It no longer has a factory main hot from the starter to the fusible link on the firewall, and I'd taken that and rerouted it to a fuse near the battery itself, 30 amp fuse there, and that's what had blown. And when I replaced it, it blew instantly. So I turned off the lights, and that kept it from blowing the fuse. Got it in a parking lot and did a number of checks and tests and this and that. Couldn't find anything for sure, but whatever I'd done, apparently it changed things. And then it wasn't blowing fuses and hasn't blown one since. One of those intermittent electrical problems that can drive you crazy, but say it happened once. If it happens again fairly soon, I know, what to do. And, to try and isolate it, first of all, I'll go to just parking lights. If that doesn't blow the fuse, but going to full headlights does, well, it's obviously in the headlight circuit. If the headlights do, I'll go high beam, low beam, and see which happens there, and we'll go from there. So anyhow, that's what it. Yeah, Jimmy has some potential high-grade sulfide ores, base metal sulfide ores too. Chris, we may get out there this summer to take a look at it and do some stuff there. Edelbrock 1406, huh? Is a 600 CFM right for a small block 400 winging it? Hello, Vendetta. How's it going? Any mining questions, Vendetta? We've answered a number of them, but we're kind of running out of fresh mining questions tonight. So if you can come up with something, it could be handy. No, wait a minute. Now this is the other one. I got to check. It may be an Edelbrock quadrajet with an electric choke, but it was a 650. I'm trying to remember which vehicle. I'm pretty sure it's this one, has the Edelbrock quadrajet. But anyhow. Things are going okay, Vendetta. We're comfortable up here in the little penthouse suite here. It's cozy and warm, and we got settled in well this week, and I'm going to be looking for a job in the next couple of days here. Yeah, it's a 400 small block with an RV cam, Okay, Vendetta. I can easily make a rock crusher if I have a motor or two laying about. Should I just throw some bearings at the end of a rod and whirl some chain to it, or what? If you're going to run a flail type thing, either, chain works pretty well. If you're going to make a rigid rotor, which is what I did because it's also a blower. Yeah, an impact mill is pretty simple, Vendetta. Unless you're doing some kind of, like mine is an integral part of a milling operation. And so it's designed to blow the ore and classify the ore also. Fang, what's in Montana? The story basically is that Southern Arizona is looking a little bit politically unstable under the current circumstances. And Eva felt more comfortable coming up here where the population's a bit more homogeneous and less dependent on outside inputs. I mean, in Tucson, yeah, they're 100% dependent on food, energy, water, everything. And so any kind of disruption in the supply chain could have some pretty serious follow-on consequences. She also likes the atmosphere up here. She's allergic to cactus, so that's an unpleasant thing down there. And as I say, she's just more comfortable up here. She has a fairly accurate intuition, and she was just getting a really bad feeling about staying down in Tucson. So we came up here. We were going to come up here probably in about 3 months anyhow to do some mining stuff. Forrest, we didn't do anything to the carburetor when we rebuilt the motor. All we did was just put everything back together except new pistons, new rings, and new bearings, rod bearings. Do I ever get to Maine? Very rarely, Robert. We were up there 2 summers ago. We were visiting a gentleman up in New York, and I was doing some fencing up there and stuff, and it was kind of fun. Do you have your own claims in Montana? No, I do not. I'm doing some work for a gentleman up here. Yeah, Vendetta. Arizona is, I mean, Tucson has progressive mayor, city council, police chief. It's headed the way of San Francisco. We thought now would be a good time to get out. Yeah, Fang, Tucson is very liberal in terms of the political situation. And Chris, Jimmy Robinson has an RP4, so he could easily crush and run 2 buckets a day of sulfide ore and probably get a good concentrate at it. I agree, Randy. That's why we're much more comfortable up here under the current circumstances. We were at the State House today, just wandering around. There was nobody there but us and a number of police officers monitoring the situation. But yeah, there was like 2 other pedestrians, one walking a dog the whole time we were there, just wandering around looking at stuff. Very pretty State House from the outside. David, Eva's intuitions are sometimes uncannily accurate for no apparent reason, so I always consider them carefully. Yeah, Chris, and he's got an RP4 table too, so it would be real easy. Just needs crusher. No, Fang, I have the use of a MineLab 5000. It's a kind of a beast to try and use, though, especially if you're picking up trash and stuff. Well, that might be it, winging it. So yeah, I'll have to check that and see if that's where my problem is. I appreciate it. Tucson and San Diego, yeah, fairly close, I would say, right now. The new San Diego, they're working on it. I don't have a favorite spot around the vulture claims in Arizona. I'm not very familiar with the Bradshaws in that area. Vendetta, if you were going to a particular area that you haven't been before and you don't know that much about, look up any geologic reports you can. For example, you're talking about the Vulture Mine. Well, look up Vulture Mine. Google that and see what you can find in terms of geologic reports, and it will usually give you the kind of information that you need to start fine-tuning your search. That would be my best advice to just about anybody. Forrest, I have no clue. Nevada is in a very similar situation to Arizona. It's gone from red to purple, and we shall just see what happens here. Yeah, I would say the gold monster is probably going to be good for almost anything you need to do, Fang. The GPX 5000, 7000s, they're for kind of specific situations with high mineralization and this and that. And it would be, I've seen Gold Bug 2 pick up a single, it's hard to figure out, single bristle off of a wire brush about that big, and it was close to surface, but it was banging on that one. I mean, it was very clear signal. And the gold monster seems to be roughly equivalent. And they're both a lot easier to use than a GPX 5000, which is what I've got. It's, I would say ease of use is a lot more important than the little bit extra specific performance you get. And so I'd focus on those for now, unless you get in a very specific situation where the GPX 5000 or whatever gives you that edge you need. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I'm not a real expert. If you really want some good expert advice on metal detecting, go to iBreak for Bedrock and ask them a question. Those guys are real experienced metal detecting in Arizona. They know a lot about that, the Bradshaw Mountains and stuff like that too, so they might be able to help you. Yeah, I'm thinking the gold monster is a pretty damn good machine for most nugget detecting. If you're looking to find gold in placer, I think they'll probably work just fine. Yeah, Forrest, and that's the way it is in a lot of places. The big cities that are going progressive, and every place else is conservative, but they outnumber us, so to speak. My biggest concern, and we're getting a little bit off topic here, is I just want to make sure that in the future the elections are honest so that the people's voices are accurately heard. That's my concern. I've only tried to use the 5000 to find nuggets and haven't found any. Place I was looking had a bunch of trash. Haven't spent a lot of time on the 5000. I don't like digging up trash. I wouldn't mind using a metal detector if I was in an area that didn't have much trash. But, I don't know. Let's see. Those days are gone, buddy. I presume that was the cultural references there. But they can't. On a philosophical basis, I have a firm belief that the the progressive policies will fail sooner or later. If it's not able to be countered through standard political processes, they will fail catastrophically. And that would be a bad thing. Aries, I agree. We need to make sure people have confidence that the system is not corrupted or corruptible. And without confidence in the system, then you are going to have a lot of disgruntled people. 4 years, again, if we can if we can improve the security of the voting systems, I think in 2 years you're going to see a huge change. If you look at history, Chile is an example where the socialists that are, I'm not sure they were communists or socialists, what they called themselves then, but Allende got in power, and no, for us, we had no interference at all in our travels at this time. And Allende was legally voted in as president. It was kind of a three-party system, so I think he had like 38.5% or something. But the population was so disappointed with the results that in 2 years there was a big change in the legislature, and they essentially voted him out of office. And when he didn't want to go, that's when things got a little kinetic, and they had to bring in the head of the military, Augusto Pinochet, who formed a military dictatorship for 10 years and then gave up power. But as I say, if we can hold the vote, I think we'll have no trouble at all getting back the government. You might be right, Fang. We also need to be careful about this discussion because we might get kicked off. Patrick, that is an entirely a possibility. And as I say, we'll have to see. I'm going to see about getting another platform too that's less likely to get all annoyed if I discuss other things. And we might be able to set up live streams that would allow us to discuss other things safely. But you know, it's kind of hard not to think about something so important and urgent. Yep. So that may be a nice ideal for us, but it's never happened in reality. So I don't think it's going to happen now. There are certain failure modes of certain systems, and we are in the failure mode that typically happens in our type of system. I think, I forget who it was, it might have been Robert Heinlein, might have been, he was quoting somebody. It says, you know, when the plebes find out they can vote money from the public coffers, that's when democracies fail. And that's kind of where we're at right now. We'll have to see how it all winds up. But anyhow, let's go ahead and change the subject, and maybe next week we'll have a bit more idea of where things are going to go. I would say a Minelab Gold Monster would be a much better starter machine. The 5000 is complicated. You got so many things. It's all LCD screen, and this is that and the other. And yeah, I mean, I'm no dumb guy. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, I'm certainly not that experienced with, metal detectors, but I mean, I'm having trouble figuring it out. And so that leads me to believe that it's more of an advanced machine. It's like a Ferrari, not a Mustang sort of thing, So the Mine Lab Gold Monster or the Gold Bug 2 seem to be the two favorite basic but quality nugget detectors that the people who know what the hell they're doing seem to like. They're small, they're light, and fairly simple to set up and operate. See, there's Aries. He likes the Gold Bug too. And the guys at I Break for Bedrock, one of them has a Gold Monster and one of them has a Gold Bug too. And these guys are serious about detecting. If they thought they were going to get better results using a Mine Lab 5000, I'm sure they'd have one. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about for us. Yeah, and light also. I mean, the 5000 has a backpack, and you can't just lay down your detector because you got a backpack on too. You're still hooked to the damn thing, and that's why I like the Gold Bug 2 or the Gold Monster. From what I've seen, I haven't used either one, but if I was going to buy one, I would research those two. And I Break for Bedrock has a comparison video on the two. If you're interested in buying one or the other of those, I'd suggest you look at that because they have a side-by-side comparison of capabilities and then actually testing them against nuggets and stuff. And that's a very useful bit of information if you're in the market for nugget detector. Oh, really, Aries? Well, then you get along with Eva just fine. The last video, is that the one with the RP4 with Montana B ore, Jeremy? I would have to research how to smelt it to make sure I recover the gold, because it may also be in tellurides also. And that's why the stuff from Tucson with Ryan's stuff, that we just smelt. Yeah, say I don't like the 5000 in terms of big and complex and stuff. Okay, Michael, what's the advantage of a Mine Lab 5000 over the Gold Bug or the Mine Lab when it comes to finding gold? Or, well, it comes to anything. But you seem to know more than I do, so if you can give us a little information on that. I don't have any cheap small rock crushers, but I've got an old Action Mining impact mill in Tucson that I let you have for $500, and it's got a 5 horsepower electric motor on it. And So if you're looking for that, I mean, it's not small. You can maneuver it around. I put a couple wheels on it and handles, so you can wheel it around like a wheelbarrow. But it is not small. If you're interested, let me know on that. It'll do 1 to 200 pounds an hour, and it's set up for air classification. Okay, so if you're going deeper, you want the 5,000. Yeah, I knew that it had a lot to do with extremely mineralized soils. Fang, I don't like electric over gas. It came electric when I bought it, and gas is fine. It's a lot more portable, but yeah, I mean it works just fine. But the one I've got that I made is, in my opinion, both a little bit better design, and also it's something I can build. And I'm looking at basically building them and selling them. So that's why I didn't keep going with the action mining one. So I say it's over at the house there in Tucson, although I've got the extension cord with me because I brought the stick welder with me. Okay, Michael. Yeah, that's, so I knew there was specialized applications where the MineLab 5000 is a more competent machine. Yeah, it is kind of weird, Robert. 220 volt motor, 1-inch bag. It sounds like a ball mill there. Typically will be lower throughput, lower portability, finer grind, but you also usually have to do more of a pre-grind. The action mining or my impact mill takes 1/2-inch rock and just pulverizes it. The crunch. Is it a crusher or a breaker? It's a jaw mill, isn't it? I mean, a jaw crusher. If it's the one I'm thinking of, yeah, it looked like a really good tool for making smaller ones out of bigger ones. Yeah, Michael, it's like a vehicle. You know, what do you want it to do? If you're going to haul, plywood, you need a pickup truck. If you want to go fast and smooth and nice, you get a Ford Taurus would work just fine. If you really want high performance, now you got to get you a sports car. And that's it. What is the application? What do you need it to do? Eva was seeing something today where somebody was talking about how pickup trucks are some societal statement or this or that. And it's like, well, no, pickup trucks are to haul stuff. Now, some people buy pickups when they don't need them.
They symbolize violence, dominance, and
probably white supremacy. But
yeah.
Yeah. And
It was Canadian.
yeah, I say no, I pickup truck because I got to haul something, you know. That's simple. Get a chance to go over to the west side of Montana. Love it during spring. We want to, you know, Forrest, we really want to go up to Glacier this summer. That would be really cool. I've been to the Canadian Rockies on the Canadian side, and it's stuff like I don't think Eva's ever seen before, but she would love it.
Well, it was an article from Canada. Some Canadian counselor of some kind or another was saying that pickup trucks have to go away.
Yeah.
Not everyone in Canada is sane.
Yeah, Michael, that's good advice to get a small nugget and glue it to something that's easy to find so you can learn exactly what the difference in sound is. And I say, put stuff on top of the ground and see what a nail's like and see what a penny's like and this and that and the other. Yeah, Aries, that's why I got a 76 Chevy. Well, David, what I don't understand is people that drive these almost like monster trucks on the road, and you can tell by the paint that they've never taken it off road.
I do not understand
they don't
Cadillac SUVs or Lincoln SUVs.
You know, but that is just one of those things. It's like, why? Because when you lift a truck, you decrease a lot of its capabilities. You make it a lot tippier. You make it harder to get in and out of, harder to get cargo in and out of. You decrease your maneuverability and all this stuff. And it's like, unless you're going over some really rough terrain, why? You know? Oh my God. I mean, I've driven a lot of four-wheel drive trucks and I've rarely high centered them, you know? Hey, Stephen, we got our share of dummies down here too. Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, the paint on the minor Bago, Rust-Oleum, rattle can. If I ever need to fix it up, it's easy to do. I agree, Forrest. %, Bondo. Mine isn't that much, but it has a fair amount of Bondo on it. Yeah, Harry's. One time I was driving an old Jeep Cherokee, an 85 Jeep Cherokee down the road near Boron, California. And the EGR diaphragm fell off. And it was so funny because I'm driving along about 55, all in there, bang, clang, and I look behind, there's a part just flying down the road like this. I laughed my ass off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is definitely a work truck. You know, Fang, I've talked to some people who say it's best not to have a four-wheel quad because it can get you in serious trouble. The two-wheel quad will get stuck before it flips over and kills you. So I don't know. But my brother almost got killed by a quad. He was out, I think he was just scouting for deer season, but he went up something and it was a little too steep and flipped over on him, and he was pinned underneath it. And he said if he hadn't been able to get it off of him, he would have suffocated. Yep. So yeah, Jimmy, me too. I do not like hurting electrons, and they don't like me either. That's why I have Eva do it. Yeah, as I say, I'm no expert on quads. That's for sure. I know somebody who owns a motorcycle shop, and he's a firm believer that not everyone should ride a motorcycle. I presume that applies to quads too. I usually carry a spare set of belts, Aries, but I mean, you can do a lot of weird stuff with an old truck. When you say motorized bikes, Forrest, you mean an actual bicycle with a motor attachment? Now, those things get serious mileage on those. Yeah, those things get amazing mileage, Forrest. I mean, especially in a survival situation, that would be, a useful tool. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And you can always, foot pedal if you got to go up a steep grade. Well, Stephen B., it's part one that I'm having the issue with. Okay. Oh, nice conversation. Oh, what time is it? 9:00. Hey, we're doing good. 3 hours today. It's been moving along pretty good. I was kind of worried because I didn't have a whole lot to talk about. And
but everybody's been helping with questions. Keep it up, guys.
Yeah, it's been working pretty good. Everyone's been chattering and bringing stuff up and everything. So it's worked out real well. For those of you who are new, this is kind of what we do. It's a bit of a free-for-all in general, although I'm going to try and do a little more structured stuff in the future, but still have the free-for-all later. Do you see ore in the wild and know it's gold from there? No, Fang. When I see gold, when I see ore in the wild, I take samples, crush them, and pan them as my general preliminary test. And what I see in the pan informs my opinion. You don't usually see gold in rock. It's very, very uncommon, but it's pretty easy if it's free milling gold to see it in the pan. My standard sample is only a 2-cup sample. And when I my detection limit's like about 0.01 ounces per ton. And at that, I'm getting 5 to 10 little teeny specks of microfine gold. So that's, a very, very useful tool. But in terms of actually seeing gold in the rock, no, that's not what happens. No, I've never crushed actual hot rocks, because I think the only time I really used that metal detector was at your place, Chris. And I got tired of picking up bullets and casings. And I'm glad everyone enjoys it. I do feel like it does feel kind of like family here too. Let's see if I can tilt this down just a little bit more, so when I do that, you see my whole face. Good for you, Forrest. I'm sure that just pleases you to no end. Yes, the answer is test. Even if you have a mine that is running pretty good material, it will fluctuate substantially from place to place. Sometimes just a couple of feet, it goes from low grade to really rich. And a lot of times you can't even tell by the other mineralization in the rock for sure which is the best stuff. And like that stuff that I saw this fall from my break for bedrock, it was just fractured bedrock from all I could see. There was no vein in it from my ability to visualize. And it had virtually zero microfine gold. It wouldn't assay. I couldn't pan anything, but you could crush it and dry wash nuggets out of it, and it was bedrock. It was not soil that looked like bedrock or anything like that. It was weathered bedrock. Tracy, magma has a direct relevance in gold hunting. In some cases, it's associated with volcanoes. In other cases, it's just intrusive magma bodies. But the heat from the magma can circulate groundwater, heat it to the point where it will actually dissolve gold, and then transport it and reprecipitate it and thereby concentrate it. Also, as the magma cools and minerals crystallize out, one of the last things are very, very mineral rich magmatic waters. There's water vapor in the magma, and those magmatic waters can also contain lots of mineralization. And as they escape towards the end of the cooling process through fissures and such, they can also leave gold as well as other metallic minerals. So volcanism, yes. Volcanoes, not necessarily, but they're very, very commonly associated, yes. Let's see. Okay, Aries, and hopefully. And Chris validated me. I feel so good. Forest, do not know. I'm not against it in theory, although I do like it up here, and there's fishing up here. Apparently good fishing, although I haven't had time to test it yet. Depending upon the circumstances, when we move back there, I'd give it a less than 50% probability. Will we go back there to pick up more stuff or to do things in the wintertime or whatever? That's a higher probability, but it's all going to depend on the circumstances of which I have no control over, not the least of which is what kind of opportunities do I have up here. it looks to me like there's more commercial opportunities up here. In other words, something where you can actually make money hard rock gold mining than there are down in the Tucson area and such. So that's the best I can tell you right now. And as things develop, we'll just kind of go with the flow. Do sulfur smelling rocks give you any clues? Yes, sulfides are an important potential indicator mineral, especially iron sulfide, iron pyrite, or chalcopyrite are often associated with gold, but they are not definitive in any particular way. In a particular situation, an ore body, you may be able to say, okay, whenever I see chalcopyrite, I also see gold. Therefore, I'm seeing chalcopyrite here, so there should be gold. How do I get the info on what you're looking for in a specific area? Well, first of all, if it's an area I'm not familiar with at all, you can read geologic reports. The internet is very, very good for this compared to how it used to be. And you'll just have to look up geologic reports either on the mining district, an area, the particular mine, or whatever. And a significant fraction of them will tell you, in this area, this is where they tended to find gold. This is what they didn't find associated with the gold. I remember up in the Oatman area, they said certain veins, it was associated with chlorite, and in other veins, it was not. And so that's very, very useful. But then also, once you've got a particular prospect you're working on, you take a number of samples, you retain exemplar rocks from those samples, just rocks that have all the minerals in them, and then you crush, you have assays done, you do panning or whatever, and hopefully you can get establish some kind of association. When I see this, it's good ore, something like that. And so that's, it takes time sometimes. Are you not coming back, Keith? I do not know. It really depends on the situation. I have things that I generally do in Tucson seasonally, business-wise. I left a lot of stuff there. Essentially, we exfiltrated like refugees. We took the most important stuff, what we could, and just got the hell out. So that's, we left a lot of things there. And if nothing else, we'd probably like to go back and get some of them, like all our books. But we'll worry about that later and see what happens. I mean, with the situation as indeterminate and crazy as it is right now, I mean, honestly, we don't know who's going to be president at the end of the next week. We don't know if there's going to be a civil war next week. Well, how the hell can I predict where would be a good place to go, 6 months from now? Simply have no
Montana.
clue.
South Dakota.
And the USGS reports can be more generalized and confusing. Depends on whether it's an area or a particular mine. Another thing in terms of the confusing, don't be afraid to Google terms. When you see a particular rock type there, just Google it right then and work your way through the report that way. You'll learn a lot that way. Gypsies in modern times, perhaps. Even I do like to travel. There's not a problem with that. We enjoy traveling. But I just, we don't know where the circumstances are going to lead us. As long as it's reasonably safe and interesting, we'll go with the flow. And yeah, Jimmy, and I'd like to go fishing with you later too. So I just got to get settled down and get some money coming in to where I know I'm going to be able to pay the bills and know when my time off is and stuff. But yeah, I'd love to come down there and go fishing. It's not that far to your place. I think I read the report was bullshitting. Yeah, that's entirely possible, Chris. They're trying to impeach the mayor. Yeah. Yeah, say the situation is just so unpredictable and unsettled that Eva was getting frantic. Her intuition was screaming at her to get the hell out. And if nothing else, for her peace of mind, I had to do something. But another thing closer to Tucson, the Arivaca area has a number of old gold mines and placers too, Fang. Yeah, if you can just kind of keep me updated, Fang, on what the hell's going on in Tucson and see what the heck happens. But as I'm sure everyone's aware, things are really unpredictable right now, and things have gone south in a hurry in other places. So, I mean, I don't know why there's 25,000 troops armed with guns in Washington right now. That doesn't make sense for crowd control for me. It makes me feel very unsettled. So I'm glad we're up here. I'm glad we have a support system up here. There have been a lot of good people up here. Jimmy, is one of them. And I don't anticipate having problems finding a job, but we'll see what happens. Theoretically, by next live stream, I'll have a job somewhere. Thank you, Forrest. I appreciate that. Yeah, porphyry. Exactly. Porphyry basically means rock with different size crystals in it. Yeah, that's real specific. Little one?
What?
Mount Fang says, yeah, I jotted down Arivaca, LOL. Yeah, I'll be your undercover Tucson mole. I got the bad feeling Eva got too.
Yeah.
And Fang, do you normally have good intuition? I mean, is it the sort of thing where sometimes you just know something and it turns out to be true with very little error rate, Arivaca is south and a little bit west of Tucson, about 60 miles. About 20 miles north of Mexico, about 20 miles west of the I-17 freeway. I-19. We're not totally blowing in the wind, David, but we are going with the flow. How's that? We're swimming with the current to the best of our ability. And we did like it up here last summer. We liked the people. We liked the area. We had to go back to Tucson because I have business commitments that I needed to fulfill, if at all possible. I'm one of those people, once I make a commitment, I really like to finish it, Agreed, Fang. So that's why we went back. And then after November, so Eva started getting more and more distressed. So worked hard on getting things done. I mean, I had like 3 days off around Christmas, 3 or 4 days, and I was working 12 hours a day, getting things completed, packed, ready to go, etc. And I agree, Forrest. I don't see any option where something pretty significant doesn't happen. I don't see anything where it just goes smoothly. There's various possibilities, widely divergent, but all of them are not smooth. Everything's going happy, happy, joy, joy. So we got up here and enjoyed the trip. I mean, I like being on the road. I don't like not having a job right now. That's not pleasant for me. And we'll have to look at that seriously this week. Yep, you got off topic again, winging it. Yeah, Fang, probably shouldn't discuss it in any more detail, but I would say that's pretty accurate. Not sure what the comment is, Robert. Can you be more specific without getting us in trouble? Eva Fang says the feeling is almost evil, if you will, something not right in the air.
Yep, totally.
Did you hear that response? So you guys are 100% in agreement on that. So anyhow, we feel much better up here.
Tucson smelled. It was a stench.
I hear there's a lot of construction up here, and I've got a lot of experience in construction trades. No, I'm not working in a mine full time. We were planning to this summer, but we moved up here like 3 months ahead of schedule because of the political situation, and therefore he doesn't have that the need at this time. And so we're going to be just, filling in 3 months here while doing some part-time research on the extraction possibilities of the ore. And Chris is going to be doing a lot of being very, very helpful on that. So, Fang agrees about the Tucson stinks part. Yeah, well, Fang, a long time ago, when I got involved with Eva, I asked a friend, for advice on Eva, because I knew she's not an average person. And I asked this friend about her, and she said, no, Eva would never hurt you. But life is never going to be normal when you're with her. It's like, okay, that I can deal with, And yes, Forrest, being mobile is it gives me a certain feeling of comfort to know that we can go away from or to something with relative ease and in a self-sufficient manner. Between the minor bago and what we can stuff in that beluga, we really have all the necessities. Now, there's a lot of luxuries we don't have, but we have the necessities. As long as my health doesn't fail me, I can usually get a job almost anywhere. And yes, gypsies. In a certain way, you're absolutely correct. We enjoy traveling, though. I'm sure, Chris. I didn't say I wasn't expecting instant results. Can't discuss that over the internet, Fang, but reasonably comfortable in that regard. Yeah, Forrest, I agree. And the nice thing was we got here with the 100 gallons of gas and drums still untouched. So it's still just sitting in the beluga, But yeah, it's just I'm feeling just very, very unsettled. Oh, not a problem, Fang. I'm not reticent about discussing things in private, but this is far from private. And anyhow, that's possible, David. Gosh, it's hard to explain how even I like traveling and doing something. Adventure was once described by somebody as something unpleasant happening to somebody else far away. But there's another type of adventure. It's doing something different and out of the ordinary, but not necessarily terribly risky or terribly unpleasant. And that's the kind of adventure that we do. It's kind of petite adventure, so to speak. And we enjoy that. And what do I think about plastering? If you have the right ground, Jeff, it is definitely simpler and easier to accomplish. You know, for example, dredging moves a lot of material very easily, very cheaply. You know, a suction dredge, and if you have a reasonable amount of gold in it that you can recover, you can make pretty good money at it. Hard rock is usually much more complex and expensive to do, although it often has higher payouts if you select the right spot. It's really key there. And so there is absolutely nothing wrong with plastering at all. Okay. If I was to find a good placer mine or whatever, I'd be happy to work it. It's just that my particular expertise tends to lean towards the hard rock, and that's why I focus on that. That sounds real good, Chris. Okay. You found specks, and you mean specks, so I presume very small gold, near the mouth of a mine in Graterville. Is that normal? Absolutely. Typically, if it's a hard rock mine, it has to have fairly rich ore. And some of that, I mean, there will be significant larger particles in there from time to time with the right panning technique. And you can go to my videos, video 99, hard rock, how to hand pan microfine gold 2019 is a good example. And using that technique, you can recover gold down to 1/1000 of an inch across, roughly 600 mesh minus, and 35 micron minus. I know I do it all the time. And so you're going to tend to find a few easy to find specs, but also use that microfine gold panning technique too, instead of just a normal reveal. Now, the microfine tapping reveal will not show you the 100 mesh plus gold. It'll slide right down to the bottom of the pan with all the light materials. So you'll have to do a standard reveal for those and the microfine tapping reveal for the other. I've got a new technique I'm working on that may do both, but you're basically doing two different techniques in the same pan sequentially. Well, I don't know why I'm looking at it. Maybe the beard makes me look a little younger. I don't know. Christmas trees were hard work. A bit. It was more so because the shoulder was injured. It's still a little injured, but I can at least do this now. Okay. I think I pulled a muscle or something there, along with maybe a little cartilage. But so it was a little bit hard. We did well, according to Clint, even though we had a shortened season because of our location. We missed a week, but he said that for every week we did, we sold more than we did last year at the same time. So that's good. And I know the fireworks, we just totally blew it out of the water compared to last year. I don't know how that went. God, I got to call Clint and ask him, little one.
Yeah.
Let me write that down on my list too. I also want to see how he liked the present we left for the party there. Call Clint. Fireworks. Total and present. Thanks for reminding me. And I mean, the fireworks just went crazy. I mean, I don't know how much we sold, but New Year's Eve, Eva was just doing nothing but ringing up customers for 6 hours solid. I mean, just straight. I was restocking, helping customers and stuff like that. And all she was doing was sitting at the cash register and scanning stuff and taking credit cards and such.
We had a line the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was amazing compared to last year. Totally different location. Yeah, winging it, kind of, sort of. Although maybe just kind of cruising in, enjoying it. We used to go kayaking on Puget Sound, and that was cool too. It was also cold. Needed a better wetsuit. Let's see, under the entrance of mine, what should I hit first? The hardest? Okay. Fang, if you're at a mine and you've never been there before, first thing I would do is, if possible, carefully enter the mine and examine what they apparently were following and mining to get an idea of what the rock looks like that they found most interesting. And then I would use that information to decide what to sample. And Chris, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about don't hit anything too close to the entrance of a mine. I think that's a bit of humor, but I'm not sure, knowing you. You may be talking about ground control or something like that. And it's kind of ambiguous. Cave-ins? Okay. Okay. Yes. That's why I said safely. But yeah. Yeah, Stephen B. That's a lot easier usually in Arizona than in like California and such. A lot of times, Fang, if you're in a mine that has water on the floor, and it's puddled at all, you cannot tell necessarily where there's a winze or a shaft going down from the level you're at. It can look just like, water's flat, and there may be a 60-foot hole right there. And if you step in that and you're got a backpack on with some samples in it and stuff, you ain't going to come back up. So you have to be very careful in water to make sure you don't step into something a lot deeper than you want to. A walking stick can be very useful. It can be a shovel. Just, you can grab the neck of the shovel head and use it as a walking stick too. But you really need to probe ahead your footing in a wet mine. That's very, very important. And it also comes in very handy in Arizona for rattlesnakes. They can hide in a very small area. Most rattlesnakes aren't big, giant 6-foot snakes. They're, more like 20 inches to 30 inches long. And they can coil up in a little spot like this. And they will often be behind a rock or under a rock or something like, or in the case of my video on the 10 dangers of old mines, they were under a piece of sheet metal. And I just whacked the sheet metal with the shovel. I couldn't see there was any snakes under it. There was 4 rattlesnakes under that one piece of sheet metal. And they can be hiding behind or under something, and they can strike you essentially from a spot you can't see them. So use some kind of walking stick or whatever to probe ahead of you, and make sure there's no dangerous critters there. And yes, Chris is very right about you need to be very, very careful about ground control. If you're not familiar with what loose rock, dangerous rock looks like, you might need to make sure you take someone who does with you before you enter anything. But basically, if it's cracked and kind of hanging there at all, you want to assume that it could fall. And sometimes if you just brush it, it'll fall. Montana, last summer it was Montana Prospect C. There was a real good example of a big giant widowmaker just sitting there. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, I'm not going down there. Technically, I certainly could have, but I was not going to do it, you know? In terms of how can you be sure what they were mining, there's a number of ways. If, as a general, and look at some of my videos, Montana B, there's a lot of things where I'm showing basically this is, you know, you can see the various structures they built following the structures in the rock. And that gives you a really good clue as to where the valuable mineral is. But then you have to know something and take some samples to figure out exactly what's going on. It's not a bad idea, Forrest. I usually have other people with me. Eva, in general, is also does double duty as safety person. Yeah, I agree with Chris. If you're feeling uncomfortable, bail. I did that on Montana C. I was rappelling down to take a sample, and I did not like the way the rope felt, and I bailed. I said, nope, I'm not going down any deeper. I got a little sample here, and I'm going right back up because I did not like the way that rope felt. It just didn't feel comfortable. And when I got up, the anchor had moved a little, and your anchor should never move at all. Okay. So yeah, if you're getting that feeling in the pit of your stomach, head out. And there's a lot of dangers in old mines. If you're not familiar with them, you should probably pretty much just stay out of them. But I have a video on that. Somewhere in the first 20 videos I did. You might actually be able to Google it. Let's see what happens here. Google dangers in old mines. Let's see. I know if you Google where does gold come from, I show up about number 11 right now. Let's see. Let me click videos. By God, I'm number 1. Little one.
You might be in your browser, have somebody else check it in theirs.
Okay.
Remember, your browser checks your.
Okay. Could somebody open a new window, go to Google, and type in dangers in old mines? Because I did it on mine, and there's lesson 19, the top 10 killers lurking in old mines, YouTube. So.
Yeah, have them look under the video tab and see where you are.
So let's see what happens. You two are fun. Well, we try to be. That's not a bad idea, Stephen B. You can also maybe there's prospecting clubs too that you can join or maybe just go on trips with or whatever. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Multiple backup light sources. We're number one. I'm number one.
There's number one.
Yeehaw!
There's number one.
Woohoo!
Sweet. Man, that was unexpected. I knew I was pretty good on the where does gold come from? I mean,
Yeah, you should find out where you are and where does gold come from now.
yeah, I could try that. Let's see. So that is 85,000 views. Not bad. Now let's try, see if I'm in the top 10 again. For a while there, I was like number 5. Where does gold come from? Where it goes? Oh, there I am again. I'm on the front page. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm back up to 8. Last time I checked a couple weeks ago, I was at 11. Anyhow, so that's what you can do. Let's see. Yeah, with the rifle and the snakes. That's exactly right. That was 4 snakes under one piece of steel. Really, Chris? That's shocking. Chris said the number of times I've been underground with supposedly experienced miners and even M-shot trainers and end up being the only guy with a working light frightens me. Yeah, especially with the new little LED lights that you can just put in your pocket. You know? Let's see. Mr. Fang. Have you ever met Chris Ralph, Jesse, or Jeff Williams? I'm not sure who Jesse is. I have not met Chris Ralph. I have corresponded with him on numerous occasions. He's also editor of the California Mining Journal, and I've written a number of articles for that magazine. So he's my contact there. So I have discussed a number of things with him over the years. I would not say we're close, but we get on cordially. Jeff Williams has commented on some of my videos. He's responded to comments I've made on his videos. We seem to get along okay, but I have never met the man. And I'm not sure who Jesse is. So I am simply out to lunch. I've corresponded with Dan Hurd a few times, just comments back and forth on videos. But again, I haven't met him here. Yeah, that's right. Jeff was in the chat a few weeks ago. Hung around for about an hour or more, right? Oh, Prospector Jess. No, I don't know him. So, sorry. Little one, can you take over for a minute? I need to take another short break.
You're interrupting my book.
I'm sorry.
I'm coming.
Yeah, Forrest. You turn out your lights when you're down deep in the mine and you find out just how dark can be.
I am rereading The Swiss Family Robinson. I felt like reading an old classic tonight.
Did you remember your ice cream still on the table there?
Yeah, as soon as you come out, I'll get some.
Okay. See, you needed to get
Robert, I love Jeff Williams. I especially like Slim, and I liked the video he did where he was getting gold from Home Depot's sand. And also that one where he made the diorama of the river and was showing the water dynamics. Well, Fang, I hope we're in the big leagues now. Bear's #1 with one of his videos. Yes.
That was quite a surprise.
Yeah, that's true, Chris. I actually tend not to care much about light when I'm in a cave or in a mine, but Bear's always got enough light for me. I see really well. Yeah, I know. Slim isn't in as many videos these days. I guess he's on vacation or retiring or something. I don't know. Oh, I always wear my hard hat in the mine, Chris. I love my hard hat. It's pink with a bow and cat ears. Bear is back. I'm going to go get some ice cream.
Yeah, I will usually have my main light, sometimes a secondary light for filming something bigger. So I have a helmet light and secondary light. And I'll usually have a light in my pocket. And I will have spare batteries and usually another spare light in my sampling pack. Somebody says Slim's dead tired. That's pretty good, Fang.
Well, he's worked his fingers to the bone.
Yeah, Stephen. One thing making the videos, I try and keep the pacing pretty good. I don't want to go too fast. I don't want to be too repetitive. I don't want to be too slow. And I think I get a pretty good balance. And I hope I do. Also, my niche is I'm trying to be educational as opposed to pure entertainment. You have some people who focus more on the entertainment part, and I like to be entertaining. I like it when I can be funny, but yeah, the primary purpose is education.
Did you want to try this mint chocolate chip ice cream?
No, that's okay. Not right now. Yeah, the Beyond the Press channel, I think, is pretty cool. They're fun because they like to have fun, but it's also interesting in terms of they blow stuff up and have real high resolution, high speed video of it and things like that. So that's cool. Chris, I'm glad that's one of the major purposes. And Chris, where do you live? Does it have a lot of vegetation? We were in Northern California once looking for a mine on some guy's property, and we could not find it. But yeah, if you've got a lot of vegetation, it can make life real tough. Not sure what you mean by a fake gold prospector channel, Fang. There's Melbourne. I believe that's fairly far north, isn't it? So I think you're getting into almost the rainforest region. There are certain channels that, and I don't like to, say anything specific. And some of them I take issue with. Others I just find boring. You must be from Canuckistan, Stephen B. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Well, Chris, you should be able to find it then. Oh, okay, Fang. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. That was, and they never have any words, they just are showing you stuff. Yeah. I don't know if they're doing that just so you can't get a voice print and prove fraud or something. I'm not sure. We have a number of Australians. I'm not sure what my current thing is. Let me try and see if I can look it up here. But let me go to manage videos and see my audience. Because last I checked, I think only about 50% of my audience was American. Channel analytics. Let's see. Somewhere it's got an audience thing here. They keep changing this. Go to channel analytics. Let's try this. Reach or engagement. I think it was engagement. Well, I tell you what, Eva's phone is doing good. The stuff is pretty. Guys, what is this? Chart guide. I have no idea what that's for. Lesson 1, where does gold come from? Ooh, 399,540 something. I might break 400,000 in a day or two. Hand panning microfine gold is a 233,000. So that's cool. Huh. Ready to roll 129.81. Kidding. What is going on there? Okay. Okay. That's not that. Let's see. So where I was trying to get was audience. No. Top videos by end screen. That's apparently not. Audience. This may be what I'm looking. 96.5% male, 3.5% female. And where's my... Okay, 51.3% from the United States is my audience, 6.1% from Australia, 5.2% from Kazakhstan, 3.2% India, 2.3% UK, let's see. Philippines 1.7, Indonesia 0.8, South Africa 0.5, Zimbabwe 0.5, a bunch of 0.2s and blah, blah, blah. It's got to be quite a few to add up to the total there. Wow. So I'm truly international, folks. Yeah, sometimes they do bury them back up again so that you can't find them. When you're hot, you're hot. It's Montana. I'm not hot. I'm just awesome. Connection is good. First time I haven't got freeze up, huh? I don't know too, as how much male female is in terms of the thing. How many subscribers do I have now? Yep, Chris, quick, before I even got to it, 13.7 thousand. I don't know. I don't think we had too many identify from South Africa, although we've had them from the Philippines and some other places there. We had a few drunk people. Why is they went mad closing them all? Not only that, but the environmentalists want them closed up too. Is the gold better in Montana? Yes and no. There are more significant gold mines up here. There's also copper and other stuff, but the gold is harder to recover up here. If you were able to leach it, it would be less challenging, but they've pretty much banned cyanide leaching up here. The environmentalists got that. And so I think from a commercial, someplace where you can actually make a profitable mine, I'm probably in a better spot. I really like the scenery, the atmosphere in terms of the mountains and things like that. I like the idea that I can actually do a serious amount of fishing without too much trouble. I mean, I don't have to go very far, and theoretically there's good fishing. That is a big thing. I'm not a huge hunter, although if I become a resident, I'll probably get a hunting license too. And Forrest, that first summer that we were, we met you and everything, things really started picking up that summer. But I'm not much of a big game hunter, deer, elk, and stuff like that, because you got so much meat when you drop one of those beasties. But I might like upland game hunting. We'll find out, how that goes. I'm not a huge eating fish kind of fan, although some fish, trout aren't bad. But I just love fishing. I really do. I like being out in nature and just kind of being part of it like that. And you can kind of focus your mind on something that doesn't require a lot of focus. So your mind can just kind of relax, go with the flow, be in the moment and stuff like that. So I enjoy that. That's possible winging it. True, Chris. But I also like being on the water. No, I haven't been on Roadrunner claims. Not that familiar with them. Used to be a member of the Desert Gold Diggers, more for the reason that they had placer claims on top of my hard rock claim. So it was simpler that way. If anyone says, are you see, here's my card, But anyhow, in terms of mining the miners, that's what the idea of, if I can build extraction equipment for hard rock gold that works better than what's currently on the market at reasonable prices, then that's my plan. Absolutely. Oh, sweet. Forrest says there's lots of senior citizen discounts up here. Another thing I've got is I don't know what they call it, Golden Eagle Pass, I think it is. But it's a lifetime pass to all the national parks now. I think it cost me what was it, $50? Something like that, $50, $60. And now I've got a lifetime permission to go to any national park in the United States.
And most of the state parks too.
And so that's a hell of a deal. So I said that was a really good thing. But just love being out in nature. I love scenery like that Montana B and the Montana N prospects. Just, the scenery from there is like, wow, this is amazing. And just love it. And luckily, Eva likes to camp out in nature too. Try and avoid tent camping. It's not as comfortable as even in the back of the Suburban, especially if it rains. I remember one time we were just outside of Yosemite and we were camping and it was raining, and woke up in the morning and we'd taken our excess clothes off and put them at the by the door of the tent, and water had gotten in the tent and it had run down, which is where all our clothes were soaked. It was like 40 degrees. And yeah, but when you're in a tent, dew forms on the tent and drips on you and things like that. So I definitely prefer, camper, say even Suburban is nicer than being in a tent. With just me and Eva, it works out. The minor bago, the bed is a little bit narrow. It's only 46 inches wide. And if I knew then what I did now, I would have made the cabinets a little smaller and made the bed a little bit wider. Where's Turkey Treat, Travis? Yeah, I can understand that, Stephen B. 20 people. My brother and I have gone down to Mexico about a half a dozen times for a little private bass tournament in a lake called El Novillo in Sonora. And that was a lot of fun. And it was all camping, semi-organized. Every boat had their own people, their own tent, and this and that. And they're all together. We had a communal eating tent. We had a couple of locals there that they'd clean the fish when we got back in. They'd clean all the dishes and stuff from the night before. We'd cook our own dinner and such. And gosh, we used to have a lot of fun. You can go to my my other channel, Buddha Bear's Den, and you can see, one of our fishing trips down there. There's a video on that. It's not what you call like private or, I don't want anyone to see sort of channel. It's just personal channel, and for people for personal things. So, you're welcome to go there if you want to. Buddha, Buddha, Bears, BEAR''S, Den, DEN. So if you want to see some of the stuff we've done just for fun, you can go there. Yeah, Stephen B. Down in Sonora, usually you don't have too much trouble with rain, although it has happened. I don't know if we had 2 trips that I made videos of or just the 1 trip I made the video of, but yeah, we had a nasty storm come through, break some tents and things like that. You've got people that love hanging out. Thank you. Okay. You're welcome, Robert. I say we just kind of have fun here. And southeast of Union Hill. Is that in Arizona, I presume, Travis? Senator Highway coming up through Polar. I'm getting the feeling it's a different state than Arizona because I'm not recognizing any of these references. Off the ground and with a mattress. we did sleep in cots down there on our fishing trips. It's off the ground, keeps you away from scorpions and things like that. Never had a problem with them, but it was kind of nice. And we didn't have mattresses. It wasn't really necessary. Stephen B., thanks for coming by. Hope you had a good time. And whenever we're hanging out, if anyone ever has any questions, especially about mining, please don't hesitate to ask. That's what we're supposed to be doing here. Thank you, Aries. I really like our little, family of friends here, our little community. It feels very comfortable to me, and everyone likes to, help each other and such, and welcome the new people. So I really enjoy these live streams. Oh my God, it's 10 o'clock already. Oh, I guess we probably ought to wind this up tonight. Thank you all for hanging out and just say the community. It's fun, especially as I'm up someplace where know very few people and not a whole lot of just hanging out sort of contacts at this point. And so I really appreciate it. I agree, Q&A are the best, but I can't come up with the Q's, only the A's, and even then I quite often get a lot of help from people like Chris. You're welcome, Fang, and say anytime. It's usually Sundays at 6 p.m. is when I try and do it, although depending upon where I'm at, who knows. Say this summer, we don't know what the schedule is going to be. We may switch to a different day of the week. Like last summer, it would have been more appropriate on Mondays at 6. Yeah, Chris is a font of information. South of Prescott? Okay, yeah, I'm not that familiar with that. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Travis. Yes, Aries, a lot of people do. Now, Chris is a pretty smart guy, and he's pretty giving. We were at his place 3 years ago. He was a very, very gracious host. Really appreciated that. Happiness is a good campfire with friends around it. Good campfire is fine, but all by itself, it's of limited happiness, Forrest, you must have come up from the road between Kingman and is it Wickenburg? I think it's Wickenburg. Yeah, it's called the Yarnell Grade, and yeah, it's a good one. So anyhow, I had such a good time tonight. It's been a while since we had a good one of these discussions. I'll see what Eva can do about figuring out the window within a window thing by next week. No, I've never worked with Wally Coes or Cause, however he pronounces it. I have never worked with gold and tellurides to my knowledge, although this Montana bee may have tellurides. So, and Ragnar, I don't recognize your name, so I figure you're, you look new to me. This year, we're going to be working on a project here in Montana. I call it Montana B. There is a significant chance we have a telluride ore. 300 mesh minus is not unusual for me at all. The easier stuff, you'll see some of my videos from Ryan. Ryan in Tucson has some more there. It's pretty simple for me to recover, and I'm recovering down into the 600 to 700 mesh range and getting like 80% recoveries. But this stuff up here, it's going to be more complicated. It is tougher. So we're working on a lot of different options right now, kind of, preliminary testing on various things, trying to get the lay of the land. But if you want to hand pan the very fine gold, I have several videos on it. I would start with my video number 99, How to Hand Pan Microfine Gold 2019. However, be aware that technique only works on the microfine gold. Just the fine gold, 100 mesh to 50 mesh plus, somewhere around that range, will tend to run down the pan and not show up with the microfine gold. But in terms of microfine gold, I can easily hand pan 300 mesh. That's not a problem at all. The technique is pretty simple. It's just a little different. So I go and check that out, and then try that on your ore and let us know how it works out for you. But as I say, do be aware when you're doing the panning, the coarser gold will tend to run to the bottom of the pan and disappear from the area that you can actually observe the gold at. So just be aware of that. I will probably work out another video on hand panning microfine gold that includes the microfine and the fine gold. Just recently I did a video on fine gold and microfine gold behave differently in the pan, and that kind of explains that. It was just a short time ago. Let me call up a new tab here and see when that was. Yeah, video 193, fine gold and microfine gold behave differently in the pan, and that was 3 weeks ago. So you can go to that, Ragnar, and it will kind of explain the difference between the two. David says, God bless you. Aries says, God bless you, Eva.
Thank you.
So and Chris says salute, because he's got to be different. So Ragnar, look those videos up and try them, and I think you'll find that they do a good job of helping you with that ore in terms of panning it to see what's going on. I also have some other videos on hand panning microfine gold concentrate and things, because when I was processing Ryan's ore in my concentrator, I would get concentrates that had a lot of gold in it, and that the pan where I'm doing the microfine versus fine gold, that was from like, I don't know, 100 pounds of ore, maybe 200 pounds of ore, and it was 2.3 grams. Yeah, probably 200 pounds, 100 kilos roughly. Aries says you're going to become Pope if he keeps getting blessed this way. I say hopefully those methods will help you out, Ragnar. I'm guessing from your name you're from Scandinavia, and that would be so cool if you're actually calling from Scandinavia. And we usually do these live streams Sunday night, 6 o'clock my time. Currently it's 10:15 my time, so that will give you an idea of how to do it. And we welcome, new people. Come here, hang out, ask questions. It's very good to have new people because they ask questions that haven't, we might have answered them before, but we can use to answer them again. Yeah, there's lots of people wishing you well here on your sneezing little one. Oh, so I hope that's helpful to you, Ragnar. And if you can come back next week and let us know if it was helpful to you, I'd appreciate it. No, she's got more allergies.
No, just everyone. It's not even allergies. Just every once in a while, I get sneezing fits.
Anyhow, anyone else have any questions? San Juan Mountains, I believe that's in New Mexico. I would use my panning technique and assays to check your tailings from a gold cube. While I've seen the gold cube do really well on some hard to concentrate placer gold, I have never seen it do well on hard rock gold. And if you've got tellurides, I would expect it to do even worse than normal. So my guess would be if you're running it through a gold cube, you're getting over 50% losses. Yeah, Aries, my brothers had it, and my friend Gonzo's had the one who interrupted earlier. So that's not surprising to me. Core drilling is not the primary method you use unless you're a big company, because it is awfully expensive. Usually chip sampling and channel sampling are the way to go to start with. Really, Travis? Well, I'm glad you're getting better. I have never tried the gold cube with Vortex mat. Okay, Ragnar, test those tailings and see what you're losing. Because my guess is you're losing better than 50%. With a gold cube and hard rock, that would be my guess. It could be as high as 80 to 90%. It's a moderately slow process. In the 25 to 50 pounds an hour range. It's not bad, but it's not like a big, dredge or anything. My concentrator's running about 200 pounds an hour and does a lot better than a gold cube on the real microfine stuff. But as I've seen it in some pretty tough placer just do an extraordinary job. Mr. Fang, I do not recommend the gold cube for hard rock ores. Okay. I have not tried the Vortex mat. It was just a conventional gold cube with conventional matting. Chris, does the Vortex matting work better than the standard gold cube mat? And yeah, it's a good machine. I mean, a good device, not really a machine, for certain applications. It's very simple. It's an elegant solution if it answers your problem. If it is good for what you're doing, yeah, it's a pretty slick device. I'm very, very impressed with the theoretical design of the gold cube, but it just has problems when yeah, that's the problem, Ragnar. Yeah, it's like talcum powder. And a good concentrator for hard rock, Mine's the best I know of. It's not on the market yet. There's a number of them out there that people have used for hard rock. The micron mill wavetable from Action Mining, and it's got throughput issues, and it's hard to maintain fluidization in the pulp wedges, but it will recover microfine gold, but not at high volumes and throughputs. Another one's the RP4 Deister table. I just did a video on that a couple days ago. I think it's my last video. And we were doing a hard rock ore, and it did modestly at best. It did recover some gold, but it was losing a lot of it, and that's not good. And how do I care? Well, that's a weird spelling. How do I care, Covet, from this life podcast? I'm not sure, Travis, what it is you're saying. I think there's a misspelling there somewhere that my mind is not analyzing properly. Tomorrow morning, this live stream will be up on YouTube, and you can go through the whole thing if you want. Cure COVID. I wouldn't worry too much about it myself. It's a significant disease, yes, but there's a lot of significant diseases out there. I personally have beat kidney cancer, a stroke, and an aortic aneurysm. So something that's, in my opinion, essentially like one of the more serious flu strains for older people, is not something I'm going to run my life around. But yeah. Do amateur people use chemical recovery techniques? Not usually, especially not from hard rock ore. Now, a lot of times for electronic scrap, they do, but that's an entirely different concept. There's a lot, the metallurgy is a lot simpler there. In the case of in the case of rock, you have a lot of different minerals and that do a lot of different things, and it tends to get a little more complicated than electronic scrap. Electronic scrap is a more controlled environment in some ways, but there are definitely leaching solutions that are not extraordinarily difficult. The problem with direct leaching of ore is the volume that you're dealing with. It's pretty easy for someone to shovel and wheelbarrow a ton an hour, and the amount of chemicals needed and everything else to process that is significant, especially when you look at the chemical cost and the waste disposal situation. Therefore, in the case of hard rock, it is usually best, if possible, to make some kind of a concentrate out of the rock. If you can reduce the volume by a factor of 10, you go from 2,000 pounds to 200 pounds without losing much gold, you're probably a lot better off to then leach that. But it's extractive metallurgy is a constant balancing act between how much does this cost and how much does it pay, and does it cut my throughput but increase my recovery, or does it decrease my recovery just a little bit while increasing my throughput a lot? And there's literally hundreds of possibilities. And so you have an enormously complex theoretical problem that actually simplifies itself a lot by the simple fact you're trying to make money. That's the question. And so, can you afford the permitting to use, say, cyanide? If the answer is no, boom. Okay, you've now eliminated that. So, and you have to constantly look at all the possibilities. One of the things I find a lot of people don't do is look at all the possibilities in a fairly even way. There's an old saying, to a man with a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And there's truth to that. So when somebody finds a good solution to an extraction problem at one place, they tend to think of that as the solution to the problem. And then you get to a different location and the ore is entirely different. And it just doesn't work. And then they go, what the hell? It's not working. Well, no, that's a different ore. And that's part of the fun and the challenge of this business, so to speak, of extractive metallurgy. That's one of the things I find fascinating about it. And every project is different. You have the different physical situation of the rock in place, and where's the valuable mineral, and how do you try and get that out? Do you go underground, open pit, this, that, and the other? If you are going, whatever technique you use, how do you optimize the economics and the safety and this and that and the other? Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. I'll do my best. And then once you've solved that portion of the problem, then you still have the extractive metallurgy portion where we've now extracted the rock out of the mountain. Now, how do we extract the gold out of the rock? And again, you have a whole bunch of different options. So it makes for a very interesting problem, a very interesting jigsaw puzzle. And I just find it, an interesting challenge. So that's why I like doing it. But one of the problems on the micro scale, you do not have the money to pay for a lot of equipment, a lot of permitting. In the case of Montana, you just can't use cyanide in Montana anymore. Okay? And therefore, the industry standard solution to hard rock gold is cyanide. You dissolve it with cyanide because cyanide's really cheap and it's pretty flexible. And therefore, life becomes a lot more difficult. It's kind of like, okay, I want you to transport something to the other side of the country, but you can't use a truck. It's like, okay, that's the normal way you would do it. Well, we're going to forbid you to do it. So, makes it fun. Fang, you mentioned forest land. Could you elaborate on what makes it difficult to claim? It is not difficult to claim. It is difficult to get permission to work on any significant scale.
Leftists.
The philosophy of the National Forest Service has changed from in the 60s, where it was multiple use. They wanted to use the forest to economic benefit, to preservationist now, which is to minimize the use of the forest by actual human beings doing anything besides staring at it in awe and wonder.
Well, you know why that happened, right?
Yes, we don't need to discuss that too much on YouTube. And anyhow, so it's actually getting permission to do any significant size operation that's difficult. Yeah, David, pretty much. And so if you just want to go out there and do a small amount of handwork, it's not a problem at all. But it's not going to be easy to upscale to any kind of even a small production operation. Okay. And that's from a pure permitting standpoint, not a technical standpoint. Okay. Aries, does cyanide become safe after a time? Several operations still have it in their vats from the 50s. I presume it means old slurries. The answer is cyanide is not stable in the environment. Cyanide has to be at a pH of essentially greater than 10 in order to be relatively stable. When you get it lower lower pHs than that, especially once you get to a pH of 9, it's breaking down very fast. The negative is it breaks down into hydrogen cyanide gas, but that's just a temporary issue. And so from the 50s, yeah, you might not even have detectable cyanide in that anymore. You might have some cyanide complexes. Cyanide is also not a cumulative toxin like mercury. Mercury, if you get a little bit of mercury in you in a bioavailable form, it gets into your body and it stays there. And so you get a little bit more mercury and it stays there. And as time goes on, eventually it builds up. Well, it depends on how much you get at any one time. You can die from a single exposure if there's enough of it. But eventually the mercury would build up and kill you. Cyanide, on the other hand, is not stable in the body. Your body rapidly breaks it down into harmless chemicals. It's just cyanide and nitrogen. I mean, carbon and nitrogen. You got lots of carbon and nitrogen in you. Cyanide exists in many foods, typically things like lima beans.
Apple seeds.
Apples. Well, you don't usually eat apple seeds. One of the mines I used to work at, the solution coming out of the heap leach had less cyanide per pound than is allowable by the FDA in wheat flour. So cyanide is a relatively easy to deal with chemical. Most of the times the concentrations they're dealing with in processed solutions are so low as it's not highly toxic. I mean, I actually had a boss who was showing someone went and took a drink of it just to demonstrate how safe it was. And therefore, it's a totally different class of toxin than, say, mercury would be. Heavy metal poisoning is entirely different. And I say it's not even in the same category, but the environmentalists have used the ambiance of cyanide to create a lot of fear and therefore create regulations that have little to do with the real dangers involved. But as I say, the chlorine that they have in the water treatment plant is vastly more dangerous than the cyanide sitting at a mine, because the solid cyanide can't hurt you unless you ingest it in some way. You can inhale powder. The liquid cyanide, it's contained in the liquid. The chlorine gas that they typically use to put in your drinking water, if one of those cylinders ruptures, you've got a serious toxic gas cloud running around. Thank you, Robert. Good night to you. Oh, good luck, Bill. That's nice. Found a silver ring. Sweet. If it was a diamond, it would probably be more likely be white gold than silver. So you might check that out. What kind of uranium in Tucson there, Fang? Not sure. You mean mineralized uranium? Potential ore body sort of thing? Thank you, David. Appreciate it. You have a good night too. Yes, and a little bit of bleach is all it takes, although I think you can also use oxygen. It could also be cubic zirconia, yeah. But say cyanide has a bad rap. I've actually been soaked in cyanide solution for 6 hours one time. I was working underneath some plumbing and it was leaking and I was having to fix this. And I was soaked up to the, past the elbows and my knees were in it and stuff for 6 hours. No effect whatsoever. Another nice thing about cyanides is easy to neutralize in the body. You have antidote kits, because I'm seeing delay on my video here. Okay, Travis, the mines in Arizona use two different processes for the copper. Myself, pit operations, because metallurgically, there's no real difference where it's an open pit or an underground, but there's a lot more open pit. And in the ground, the copper was in. That's the typical methodology there.
Need to use my phone.
Some other minerals too, notably the iron. And as these ore bodies became close to the surface for whatever reason, uplift and erosion, as rainwater percolates down through the soil, there's oxygen in it, and it reacts with those sulfide minerals to create sulfates and copper oxides, copper sulfates, and some of those minerals leach downward in the soil or in the rock until they get to the water table. Below the water table, there's very little oxygen, and a lot of it tends to reprecipitate, and you tend to get a highly concentrated zone called secondary enrichment there that can be very, very rich. But above that, you will have oxides. Below that, you will have sulfides. Those are two entirely different types of chemical mineralization, and they use different ways of getting it out. The sulfide minerals are recovered using what they call froth flotation. The rock is mined, crushed, milled into fine powder, fine sand to a powder, and then it is mixed with certain chemicals. Air is blown through it, and the sulfides tend to stick to the air bubbles and float to the top. You can Google froth flotation and see it. Then the froth is skimmed off, and the other rock particles stay below the surface and move on. They do a number of passes at this. They never get 100% in one pass, as Chris said earlier in the conversation. And then the sulfide minerals, and sometimes they're somewhat of a mix of sulfides. So they may do a secondary flotation to clean it up a bit. Like at the Ciarita mine, they do a secondary flotation to separate the molybdenum sulfide from the copper sulfides. And the molybdenum sulfide would be used in, say, moly grease. You just pulverize it further and mix it in with the grease. Now, the sulfides are then sent off to a smelter where they are mixed with certain minerals, and notably, for example, quartz, and heated until it all melts down. The quartz and other minerals that they add into it dissolve, like the iron impurities and this sort of thing. They float to the top and what's known as slag, and the copper underneath is poured off, and they pour it in big plates. And those plates are then used, they're cathode, anodes, and they're used to be put in electrolytic refining houses. And they literally plate the copper onto cathodes, and I believe the silver stays in solution and the gold falls as a sludge in the bottom. So they recover those three valuable minerals in that manner. Now, in the oxide level of the potential ore body, the oxides don't float worth a crap. Okay? They used to literally just dig this up and throw it away because they didn't have an effective processing technique, even though there was a lot. We had one of the very few cases where environmental regulation created a win-win for everybody. The copper smelters, when they would heat the copper sulfides to melt them down, would create enormous amounts of sulfur dioxide gas, which is a serious pollutant. And they had these huge smokestacks to try and get it high enough in the atmosphere that it would disperse to concentrations that were not dangerous to human health. Then the environmental regulations say you can't do that. You've got to basically recover that sulfur dioxide and contain it in some way. And then somebody, I think it was Swedes actually, invented the enriched oxygen flash furnace. Good night, Mr. Fang. Better better get to sleep. So thank you for coming by tonight. And then anyhow, they created what they call the enriched oxygen flash furnace, which uses percent oxygen instead of air. And it burns the sulfur compounds and it creates a very rich, an exhaust gas very rich in sulfur dioxide, so rich that it's easily convertible to sulfuric acid, and that caused them to not only clean up the exhaust stack, but also create a lot of sulfuric acid very cheaply. The Hayden smelter made, I believe, 6,000 tons a day of sulfuric acid. Just one smelter I happen to know. Now, the interesting thing is that a dilute sulfuric acid solution will, in fact, dissolve copper oxide minerals. So now you had a lot of copper oxide minerals that were just being thrown away, and the means to dissolve them in close proximity. So they started hauling all this sulfuric acid back to the mines from the smelter, diluting it with water, pouring it over the waste dumps and such, and dissolving the copper out of them. And this solution is so relatively non-toxic that they didn't have to use, tricky liners and things like that. They use what they call geologic containment. If you had a canyon and you'd filled that with the top, it leaches down, gets the bottom, and just runs along the bottom of the canyon in the rock and comes out. The copper, but I think it's primarily kerosene. Then the gold goes into the kerosene. Then they take that and put it over very concentrated sulfuric acid, and the copper dissolves in that sulfuric acid, and then they electrolytically plate it out of that. It's called solvent extraction electrowinning, and it is dramatically changed the whole situation in terms of copper. They make copper cheaper that way than they do through the old sulfide process. And okay, so I'll get to that. That's in terms of copper and gold. They usually don't use a lot to get those out nowadays, except for heap leaching or tank leaching. And that's usually cyanide. Cyanide will dissolve gold. It's cheap. It's stable. It's easy to handle. It is toxic when not used, or when it's in high con, a lot of stuff. And that will extract the gold. In many cases, it'll extract the silver. Silver is rarely found is metallic silver in nature. It's usually kind of compound, depending upon what the compound is, depends on what you would use to extract it. Now, Coulter, when I look up information on some gold mines, the literature says copper, silver, etc. Why do I never find silver in my gold pan? Well, the gold in your gold pan is usually an alloy with silver, so that may be part of the issue. But silver found as